Hello, hello.
Hello. Hello. Regina, are you muted?
Can you hear me? Can you hear
Now I
me?
can.
Yes. Yes, I was muted. Obviously. Wow. So none of the introduction or anything just made any sense. That's lovely. I love that. I was saying hello to you guys.
Well, hello, ladies.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Regina and Friends Crime Chat. We've got our hostesses with the mostesses, Sammy and Crystal, aka What Is True, with us today. How you ladies doing?
All right,
I
how's it going?
I am well.
Doing doing great. I hope you're doing great. Yeah, you are doing well. I know y'all are doing well because I talked to y'all and I'm sitting here talking like an idiot because I was so rushed. I had to run an errand right before the show started. So I
No
barely got
worries.
back in time.
Don't talk
But
about my friends like that.
I got you, girl. I got you. Got you. um so check it out. Today we're going to be going over a little bit about the Sebastian Rogers case, um the Mica Miller case, Susan Morphew, and the Madeline Soto case and updates with much more. Um First things I want to get into, if it's okay with you ladies, I would like to get straight to the Pascal interview with
Oh,
um, with Seth Rogers, um, because there are some things I need to point out for y'all legally. Um, um, there's some information that's really um, bothering me. Let me see if I can find the penal code again. Hold on just a second. Here it is. Okay, I got the code pulled up for whenever we get ready to go over it. Sorry, I just had to grab that real quick. Um, there are some things I'd like to go over with TBI as well. Let me get these in order. I'm so sorry about the time delay, you guys. I was in such a rush getting home to be here for all you lovely people by 6:45. Okay.
We appreciate
So I just want to ask real quick before we actually get into it. Have you guys seen um have you guys seen this interview with Seth Rogers?
is this the one with Tony on it?
Yes.
Yes, I've
I
seen it.
may have seen. I have seen parts of it.
Okay. We're not going to watch all of it, but there are some very important parts and I want to get to. And I just want to let you guys know already. TBI is either lying to all of us or they have completely let Sebastian Rogers down
Oh, well,
completely.
I agree. Sebastian has definitely been let down for sure.
Yes, he has. Um, and I need to share something else with y'all. Um, let's see. Oh, here we go. Let me pull this one up real quick. Y'all know I love me some facts. I love me some facts. So first, we're going to go over this interview real quick, and then we're going to go over the facts and why I'm saying either TBI has completely failed Sebastian Rogers or they're lying to all of us about a criminal investigation. Okay?
Okay.
So we're going to go over the interview real quick. We're going to do it. Let's speed it up because it's a lot to go through, and we're trying to slim down on the time. Okay,
Right.
here we go.
So let's get into this, guys. Of course, I'm honored to have back again Tony Mathis, who's working closely with Seth Rogers, which Seth Rogers is here with us as well, biological father of Sebastian Rogers. Fellas, good evening. How y'all feeling?
Good, buddy. Thank you for having us.
How you doing, Seth?
Another day.
Another day.
No answers.
No doubt. No doubt. Well, let's get into this conversation. We got to get through all the drama stuff first. So let's get into this drama stuff, all right? First off, Tony, I'm going to ask you, since the last time you were on the show, how things been, man? Been all right?
We've been all right. You know, there's still a lot of people that are here for the wrong reasons, and I don't know. There's still a lot of drama. We're working on that, but I think we're moving on and moving forward, as Seth says.
Mm-hmm. Seth, how things been for you as of late?
Some information has been laid at my feet. Some things have definitely opened up my eyes to things I didn't know going on before. Had to let a couple people go. Some people that are close to the internal operations don't know how to not tweet like a bird.
Okay, you know what? Since we're already going there, since you're going there, let's get into it, shall we? So I understand that you have a private investigator. You had one before. Well, hold on. Let me just say this. You had a private investigator before Tony came in, right? And that person left. Then Tony shows up. He's here to be a spokesperson, help in the media side of things. And then
Tony pretty much does what I ask him to do, so it takes weight off of my shoulders.
Right. So then as of today, there's been a new person, a new private investigator that put out a new statement basically saying that they are now stepping down from the search for Sebastian. So, of course, I have to ask a few things. Let me get straight to the point. Tony, did you have anything to do with this?
Well, it wouldn't be credible if it came from me. Ask Seth that question.
Right on. Seth.
100% guilty.
Okay. So is everything amicable? Did you guys part ways in an amicable way, or what's going on
Thought
here?
we did.
You say that again. You thought you did?
I thought we did. Only time will really tell. I pretty much told my team that, too many chiefs, not enough Indians, too many cooks in the kitchen, not enough, this is my son. All right. People I wanted to work with, when I brought Tony in, I told him what I wanted. My goal was to see if I could get Chris and Katie to come work with me. That was the olive branch. It was done. A phone call got leaked out. That kind of told me what, where particular people were sitting at. And my son doesn't have time to wait for people to stop being childish. We're supposed to be adults. The goal is, Sebastian, to recover, to find, rescue, take care of, bring him home in whatever form and fashion we can. All right.
So much drama.
And when I want to bring somebody
Hey,
in,
Paige, good to
and then
see
people
you.
want to turn around and in the
sweetie.
group, well, Tony's doing this, Tony's doing that. Well, I sent the engagement letter with these people 3 weeks before I even started talking to Tony.
Yeah, it's interesting the amount of shade. We need to talk about this because as soon as Tony came onto the show last Friday or something of that sort, there was not last Friday, but the Friday before, I'm sorry, there was a lot of backlash. Tony got a lot of hate for just showing up and just trying to be a supportive, just be a support system and help relieve some of the heavy lifting that was weighing on your shoulders. And then, of course, there was a PI that stepped down around that time. There was an announcement.
To step down. I still have regular communication with her.
Okay.
I do too.
And that's great. But I think as soon as it was the timeline, I think Tony comes on, Heather steps down, then there's another PI now that's stepping down. And I think a lot of people were very, very quick to assume that Tony has something to do with, say, this other PI stepping down. And you guys are trying to they're assuming. So you're making it very clear.
Making an ass out of me and you. Assume.
Okay.
Tony had nothing to do with it.
Okay, I don't know about all the drama going on. I understand that Chloe, the other private investigator, has stepped down. I don't know what her reasons for it were. There are so many people trying to guess this, that, and the other about the people who are inserted into this case rather than the 3 people who are actually involved in this case. And I think it's bringing a lot of confusion to this case. And I'm having a lot of problems with it, to be honest with you, because it takes focus away from Sebastian, period. The only thing that matters in this case is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers and what happened to him. What do you think, Sammy, and what is true?
Yeah, I agree with you.
I definitely think that Sebastian's gotten lost in all of this. Not only,
Yes.
and that's hard. That's really hard because it should be about Sebastian. And I think people have lost focus and been distracted. And it's a shame.
It's like they're leading him all over the place. He's being led around and around and around when the focus really truly does need to be on Sebastian and the
Yes.
efforts to find him.
Yes. I completely agree with both of you. And the facts of the case are so slim that we have been given. Okay? But we were asked to help find Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And the fact of the matter remains, whenever Katie was the one with him, but whenever Katie and Chris lost Sebastian, he became all of ours to find. Period. End of story. And I'm sorry, but as a parent, if I had some dirt, if I had some whatever, if I had arguments going on, whatever, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't be on YouTube trying to defend myself. Every time my face got in front of a camera, it was like, please come help join the search. This is my son. You guys, I would love to stay and talk, but I got to keep looking for my kid. Because at the end of the day, unless there are eyes and ears and boots on the ground, or surveillance of Sebastian being abducted, or someone that didn't belong in the neighborhood being abducted, or footage on a neighbor's ring cam or something of Sebastian being abducted, he had to have wandered off on foot, which makes him somewhere nearby that house since he hasn't been seen. It makes Katie, and as much as I hate to say this, it makes Katie and Seth of cover up and foul play. Those are the only options, because what do we know about living people? What do they have to do? What do they have to have? Bare minimums
Shelter,
to survive.
food,
I'm
medicine.
talking about the bare minimums in
Right.
order. Water first, food, or
Shelter, food.
depending on the situation. Yes, exactly. You
I
can
do have a.
survive. You can
I
survive without shelter
do
for a
they?
certain amount of time.
Do we
You can
know?
survive without food for a certain amount of time, but you can't survive without drinkable water. Go ahead, Crystal. I'm sorry.
Have we ever found out if Sebastian's on any medications other than just the
Yes.
sleep additive? Like,
Yes, he was on ADDHD medications. He was on several medications. Seth listed them at one time, and I believe it was 3 different medications, if I'm not mistaken. And one of them was Risperdal for sleeping.
but none of them are like life and death, right? Like, there's no insulin or thyroid medication or
Right,
anything like that.
but whenever a child is on stimulants, they will have withdrawals that will affect their mood and stuff
Right.
if they're taken off of them. But here's the thing. He went missing in February, you guys. Do you know what's not in abundance in February in Tennessee?
Warmth.
Food.
Oh.
Even if he was living in the woods somewhere hiding out, he has no access to clean water or food. And
Not
that's
to
scary
mention,
for
I'm
a
not
child.
sure what the weather was, but it had to have been kind of chilly.
It was chilly. It was very chilly. Okay, so let's get back into it because there's a lot more stuff I'm wanting to go over, you guys.
Tony wasn't even at the meeting that I brought everybody into so I could speak to him. And I laid it all out. And, you know, the responses and the answers I got were not concurrent with my goals.
Okay.
Somebody sits there and literally tells me that, you know, that I'll cut forward to what she posted today on her investigation. Well, last time I checked, this is my operation. All right. I'm the one looking for my son. And she wants to go her investigation. And then I have found out that not all information was shared with me. Some things were, you know, not shared with me. I don't appreciate that.
That's interesting, Seth. Can you expand on that a little bit?
No.
What information wasn't given to you? Was it crucial information or it was just like little bits here and there?
If you're not going to give me a lead or you're not going to check up on a lead, and then all of a sudden I've got to take time from what I was doing and turn around and, you know, check up on a lead or check on something else when, you know, that's taking time out from what I'm trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's still, I'm doing it. But if you're going to have a part, you need to play your part.
I see. So something got leaked. Let's move on. I mean, I hope everything gets ironed out between y'all, okay, and PIs. And actually, are you working with any other PIs or
No, I ain't telling.
any updates? Okay, nothing. Okay, that's fine. We Gucci on that. So moving on. Let's talk about this here. The leaked audio. You know, Chris Proudfoot made a phone call, and that information or that phone call got leaked. Can we just tap on that for a quick second? Because this spawned the gloves are coming off from you, Tony, on your recent TikTok conversation. Can you expand a little bit on that and why suddenly the gloves are off now and not before? Go ahead, Seth. Go ahead.
I mean, in the conversation, he literally states that he's not going to be working with Tony. The whole point of me putting Chris and Katie in contact with Tony was for him to be our spokesman person. So that way we can all get on the same page and there'll be less drama, people trying to pit me versus Chris and Katie, you know. And I think somebody told me he dropped the F-bomb like 71 times in that thing.
Whoa.
Wow. No, I'll let you have your woe. We'll go back to, you know, the 90s. But it's just he made statements in that it's like, okay, well, obviously trying to work with him, olive branch that was being.
Okay, let's pause it right there for a second. Crystal and Sammy, do you think that Seth Rogers needs a spokesperson at all?
No.
Sammy, what do you think, sister?
I do, because I feel like this. He's in probably the very worst situation any human being could be in. Number one, you're emotional, you have a hard time thinking, and you can't always see the forest for the trees. So this person might be able to help him to navigate through these situations, help him stay on the course of finding his son and pulling away from all of these people that want to make money off of him and just drag him around, you know. The people that really want to help, I think a person that would be a PR person for him might be able to help him to stay in his lane and keep this focus on his son. I just feel like there are benefits.
Right. This is how I feel. Do I think Seth needs a PR? Yes, I do. Do I think that he needs to be firing all of his private eyes and stuff or parting ways with them just because they aren't getting results like he wants on time? No. And here's the reason I feel this way. Because regardless, okay, let me explain it like this. Until Sebastian Rogers is found, there is going to be no goal except for finding Sebastian for Seth. Private investigators are limited to what they can do. They're even more limited than law enforcement in what they can do, what records they can obtain, etc., etc. Okay? And they have to learn those laws to become private investigators. And it costs money to become a registered private investigator. And from what I've come to understand, these private investigators were doing this on their own dime. I could be mistaken, but if I'm not mistaken, they were volunteers, were they not?
That's what I thought.
I don't know.
Okay. Here's the thing. Anyone who is working towards finding your missing child for free, there's no way, unless they were intentionally hurting the case or doing something that was unbecoming to the case that would cause injury to other people wanting to search for him, I do not think they should be let go. I think that Seth needs to maintain and continue to keep everyone on Team Sebastian that he can keep. And I
Agree.
think there are certain people that he's going to, that he is aligning himself with, that people know to be skimmers and everything else. And I mean, I'm not talking bad about anyone in particular.
No, but we all know that there are quite a few out there who will
That are
stop at nothing to make that dime.
right. And there are people that were not trying to profit from finding Sebastian that he's let go too. And all of these people that want to go volunteer and do this and do that or the other for Sebastian are quitting in the face of adversary. But let me say this to all of you. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is a prize. He is a gem. His smile is more valuable than the rarest diamond. It's worth more than money. It's worth more than anything. And Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is worth continuing to search for, even in the face of adversary. He is worth it. He is worth it.
Well,
Would
I
you
have to.
want
Sebastian needs you all now more than ever.
more than ever?
Well,
More than ever. Go ahead,
I
Crystal. I'm sorry.
I was always brought up that you don't um side eye a gifted horse. I don't know the
A gift
saying,
horse
but
in the mouth.
yeah. So I mean, if you've got people out there that want, why would you tell them to stop? That makes no sense to me. None. I would want every woman, man, able body to be helping me. And in this case, it has been everyone that has come into it has made it this circus, and we're not searching, we're not finding Sebastian. People have lost the whole point of this, in my opinion. I definitely think that, yeah, I would want everybody looking for my child. Everyone. I would.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Crystal. Amen. I just want to give a shout out to everyone that's come into the chat. Hey, Journey to Justice. It is so good to see you, lovely soul. And we got little bratty me. Welcome to the chat. I'm glad you're here. Okay. So here's the thing. You can't give up in the face of adversary, or you will never achieve your goal. If you run everyone helping you off every time there's the smallest squabble or disagreement, you're going to lose all of your support. And in this instance, almost any support is good support. There is a missing child. There is a missing child who is autistic, last seen in his own home, allegedly, by his own mother, and vanished between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m. And this little boy is the only reason anyone should be talking about this case. And whenever people insert themselves that are not actually helping to find Sebastian, and they cause drama for anyone helping to search for Sebastian, you are possibly ending a child's life if he is somehow, praise God, if that's what's going on, in the wilderness needing to be found. It's not a good look. It's going to make you a murderer. That's what's going to happen. Because if Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is honestly ran away from home and is in the wilderness somewhere, every single person that has eyes and ears that is willing to search for him needs to be searching for him. And if anyone is willing to give up on Sebastian over a little argument or disagreement, they ain't there for Sebastian anyways. Period.
Right. That's right.
Period. You can't turn people away whenever you're asking for help looking for your child. Because whenever you start turning anyone and everyone away that is looking for your child, you are losing support looking for your child. And I believe Seth is innocent. I believe he has absolutely nothing to do with finding Sebastian Wayne. I mean, absolutely nothing to do with Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers going missing. But I think he needs to rethink what is going on in this case and rethink all of the people that him and the Proudfoots have turned away from this case. Because those people that have left this case and are no longer looking for Sebastian are no benefit to Sebastian. And it's on both sides. And it is so ridiculous. It is so ridiculous.
And that's the part, like for me, like we should be just talking about Sebastian and you know, their piddly diddly stupid back and forth, in my opinion. You do that after. That's not helping anything. It's distracting. It's driving people away. I mean, if I was helping, and somebody said, "No, I don't need your services anymore. We don't need you." Imagine how that makes the person feel that has been out there helping, boots on the
Yes,
ground. I can't imagine. I feel bad for those people. They don't deserve that. And Sebastian doesn't deserve that.
at all.
Well,
And
I want to stick to one cold hard fact. I can't help it. I want to reiterate it all that I can because at this point, what I'm seeing is it horrible. And the cold hard facts are, guess what? We know for a fact the last person to see him and the last person he was with was his mother.
absolutely. And at the end of the day, no matter what anybody thinks, no matter what anybody wants to assume, that is from his own mother's mouth. And it all starts with the last person to see him alive. And the fact that there is video of someone taking that trash can to the driveway. I don't know if you guys have seen their house and the way it's set up, but the fact that there is footage of someone taking that trash can to the curb and then walking back up, then why isn't there video of Sebastian walking out that front door? Because it's almost the same side of the house. Make it make sense. The fact remains there should be a full-blown criminal investigation into the disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Period. Because children don't vanish. They don't vanish into thin air. Something happens to them.
I'm going to say something, and this might be springing something on you, but I'm going to do it because I want to put a challenge out there for all these YouTubers that everybody's talking so bad about. You know, if Seth Rogers was to reach out to me and send me enough information, I would be willing to meet up there to go look for him. I will take an entire week off. Um, and I want to see some of the YouTubers out there have at least one person that's willing to get up off of their damn chair and go help him look.
That's
Sammy,
amazing, Sammy. That is
I'm right
amazing.
there with you. I'm right there with you.
I
I'm
think
right
that's
there with
amazing.
you. Absolutely, Sammy. I will drive the Conway and pick you up, and we're gone for a week. No problems.
You got it.
If I didn't live so far away, I would. But I live like, I don't know,
Hey, all
2,000
I'm
miles
asking
away.
for every
You
YouTube
live so
channel,
far away.
have at least one person that is willing to get up off of their damn ass and go look.
As a matter of fact, you guys, I got a nice big old SUV. If anyone else is willing to go with me and Sammy to look, and you live in Arkansas or Tennessee or close enough within an hour's drive of Memphis, Arkansas, or 2 hours of Memphis, Arkansas, I will pick you up and take you with us. And you can help us search for Sebastian. And I don't need a dog to search. I ain't afraid to take a stick and lift up debris and stuff. I ain't scared at all. I'm a Southern girl, honey. I was raised in a country.
I go frequently to searches when there's searches for children around here because I want them found immediately. This is ridiculous. So I have gotten straight off of work and gone and joined a search and got muddy as hell because I will climb anything, I will crawl under anything, I will help you look. I swear.
I tell you what, it won't be the first pair of tennis shoes I've gone through. It won't.
I'm just a civilian. I'm not certified, but I do it. It helps.
And I'll
As
tell you
many
what,
eyes as possible, it helps.
I'll tell
I,
you what, you can't run me off.
I have a
You can't run
question.
me off. You're going to have to kill me before you run me off if I come search for them. Period.
Um, is it okay if I say something?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I would like to pose this question. If and when Sebastian is brought home, can you imagine being him and him coming back into the scenario knowing that everyone's going to know about some of the things that are private in his life regarding, you know, personal hygiene, behavior? I haven't heard, like, I want to hear. And then to find out all these people are quitting looking for him. Imagine, I hope that he's not told that this has been such a circus, and because I wouldn't want that to destroy his spirit, you know? Like, I worry about how he will feel when he comes home. Because I believe he's out there. I do. With my whole heart, I believe that Sebastian is alive. And he is being taken care of. Where? I'm not so sure. But I do believe he's out there. But I
I
worry
do too.
about his spirit and the things that people have said, not just the parents, you know, just it's just a circus and he's the sideshow. And that bothers me. But I'm gonna pause now. Or mute, not pause. Jeez.
Crystal, can I ask you something though, real quick? What makes you think, what keeps you going with hope that Sebastian is alive, considering it has been, I think it's 80 days tomorrow that Sebastian has been missing.
What
And
what
that,
makes
and
you
there's been, well, hold on a second, let me finish.
okay.
There's no credible sighting of him.
Mm-hmm.
He has no means to take care of himself if he is lost in the woods somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And he was never seen exiting that home.
Um,
Considering all the factors, what keeps giving you hope that he's still alive? Is it just hope for hope's sake?
no, it is, but it isn't also at the same time. I think that because I believe so much in this kid, and I think that he's capable of things that maybe even his parents don't know about, because he has lived a life. He's had to, you know, in every situation. When you grow up in a difficult situation as a child, you are resilient. You figure things out. You think about things. Um, there's two reasons really, because I think he could have left on his own. He would know where the cameras are. He would know the neighborhood. He may have known where he was going. Um, and then the other thing is I really do believe that if people were aware of the possible abuse that was happening to him, because he was very vocal about it, and CPS was ignoring everything, then maybe somebody took him. But I really
And
do
if
believe
that's the
that.
case, but listen to me for a second, Crystal.
Mhm.
If that's the case, if Sebastian was taken by someone somewhere near where he was taken, there is going to be a car that didn't belong in that neighborhood. And it's going to be on surveillance of some kind, whether it's a traffic cam or something else. There's going to be a vehicle that cannot be excluded going to a neighbor's house or something, or belonging there, that will be on camera if
And
he was
maybe there
taken.
is, and we just don't know about it. And that's the other thing. TBI is so tight lipped. They're the only ones that aren't talking. Everybody else is. So,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. According to Chris, they're getting updates.
not to the
Seth
public
isn't.
is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's something else, you guys. Y'all want to know something? I think there's something very suspicious going on with TBI and with the whole case. And I'll show y'all legally why I think that here in a few minutes. But first, let's get into let's get back to this, because there's some things that I'd like to
Well,
go
law
over.
enforcement in general, because look at Nina's interview, how she was treated when they almost ran her over with her own truck. I'm sorry.
I don't know. It's
But we've got the Proudfoots literally telling people, no, you're not allowed to search anywhere near our house or property, and stay out of our neighbors' yards and their properties too. Don't go knocking on their doors asking them questions. And then we got Seth that is letting people step away from the case, or asking them to step away from the case because he's not getting the results he wants.
and that's that right there. Excuse me, is the reason that I think it's possible that somebody could have taken him that did genuinely care for this kid, whether it be a neighbor, whether it be a teacher, whether it be a crossing guard, whether it be the guy at the store that has witnessed stuff. But I mean, and I'm not saying that's right, but to me, that's like the case scenario, that somebody that cared about him took him away because the state wasn't doing anything and they were reporting it. And this is just my
Bratty,
speculation.
bratty little me said they need to lock up Katie for neglect and see if she talks. They don't just need to lock Katie up. They need to lock Chris Proudfoot up too. Because in my honest and humble opinion, and God forgive me if I'm wrong, he said it all about what's going on with him and Katie in the Web Sleuths interview when he said, I am a man who protects my wife. Period. He is protecting Katie Proudfoot. Who's protecting Sebastian? Who's looking out for Sebastian? Not them. But Katie's getting all the protection she needs.
Well, and I do
Chris
see
Chris
that,
is all too
Christina.
ready to speak up for her.
I mean, I see what everybody else sees too, in their speculations. I do. And I mean, that's a reasonable, possible scenario for sure. Probably more reasonable and possible than mine. But I just, I don't think Seth would ever do anything to hurt his kid at all. Like, that has never crossed my mind. But
I completely believe him when he says he does not know where his son is. And
oh,
let's not forget, Seth was willing to go on Nancy Grace, and lo and behold, Nancy Grace got one of the best specialists that can administer a polygraph test to him, and delivered a polygraph by an absolute expert in polygraphy, right?
right.
And what were the results? He was
Inconclusive, wasn't
telling,
it?
no, no, no.
I
It was
thought the
he was
first
telling. No, the first one he couldn't take because he was on
taking that
medication for his
medicine.
shoulder. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, he wasn't cleared to take it.
Right.
right,
That's what I was saying. So it came back inconclusive. That's what they called it
right.
because he couldn't do it.
That was grandma in Texas saying that. But Nancy Grace, who paid for the polygraph and actually had Seth polygraph, brought the man that gave Seth the polygraph on national television and gave the results. And you know what? Seth was telling the truth whenever he said that Katie overdosed Sebastian on his sleeping medication. So that is one of the things that Seth thinks happened to his own son.
Possibility, just a possibility. And I'm pretty sure a lot of different things goes through his mind, wondering, because he's going out of his mind trying to find his baby boy. And Journey to Justice, I'm gonna tell you right now, I believe every word that Nina said. I've known people like these people, and they are diabolical.
Bratty little me, I completely agree. You separate them two and you put either of them under pressure and they're going to crack because both of them, the whole facade they're putting on is a front. In my opinion, absolutely he is, Brady. Absolutely. All right, you guys, let's get back to this real quick because I'd like to get to certain parts before, I got an allotted time for everything because I don't want to have a 5-hour live stream. It's hard to do a 5-hour live.
Extended from both sides. That it may have been a recorded telephone call, but it showed it showed the path that I'm looking for is not the path that he's on. My goal is to find my son. I'm not in for this drama stuff. People say I'm starting it. I don't really care what they say.
All right.
My classic phrase.
So, Tony, do you have anything you want to add to what Seth just said?
Let me, I'm sorry, I just had my phone ring. Let me see if I can get this. There we go. Okay. So what are we talking, Pascal, help me. Are you having me answer, why the gloves are off? Is that what I'm answering?
Yes, I just want to hear from your own mouth why gloves are off. Yeah.
Can you keep this way where we can all three see each other?
It's fine.
This guy
Yeah, 'cause
can't
it's-
even pay attention. I'm
So,
just saying.
The leak
He's too
phone
busy
call
looking
we
at
had
his
for a
damn
while,
phone.
8-9 days before it was leaked. So it's that's one of the things. It's the fact that he called into a show and, pretended to be Billy Bob Thornton. And essentially what he was doing is he was making fun of an autistic child. And, it's the way he talks to people in general. It's all the talk shows he called in when he told us that he was going to stay off social media if I helped control Seth and kept Seth from getting crazy. Then he's out there getting crazy, and at the end of the day, I hate to say it, the guy's just not a good guy.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's fine. That's fair enough. I mean, the leaked audio, that phone call is not so great. And yeah, the phone calls that he's been doing as of late have not been optically good, at the end of the day. Let's keep it real. But okay, now I get it. Gloves are off because of that. Okay. Thank you so much for clarifying that. But of course, we need to get into this other part. Okay. We got to move on. Like I said, we're not here to dwell in the drama, but I do want to, clarify a few of these things because these are the things that have been percolating out here in these internet streets for a little while. We got to talk about this Nancy Grace situation. Okay. Now there was a piece of audio, or there was a piece of the show that was that aired, but then it was deleted. And I think a lot of people deleted from the podcast, deleted from the show. And a lot of people are asking, there's a lot of speculation roaming around this particular situation. So I wanted to play the audio really quick so that everyone knows what I'm referencing. Okay. And this is from Nancy Grace. And this was the piece that did not make it. Well, it made it to Final Cut, but then it got cut out. And I think, just like myself, I'm quite curious what happened here. Let's play that audio really quick.
Following are paraphrase questions and responses from Seth after a polygraph was conducted. What is your theory of what happened to your son, Sebastian? What did Seth say?
He explained to me that Sebastian was routinely taking a sleep aid, and he believes that Sebastian probably wouldn't go to sleep. So his mom, Katie, overdosed him and caused his death. That's what he told me.
Now, this piece of information, hopefully everybody heard that. You guys heard this? Fellas, you heard the audio clip? Yes? Okay. Now, this obviously was on live. It was on the show. It aired on TV. And then suddenly, the podcast version, it didn't have it in there. And of course, it's nowhere to be seen on her platform. And a lot of people are wondering, what the heck happened here? So I'll just throw this to you, Tony. What actually happened here?
So I had multiple agreements with Holden, her producer,
Mhm.
that there was not going to be anything asked or anything stated that was going to make the Proudfoots look bad. I had that agreement in writing. I had it in text. I had it in email, and I had it on 2 different phone calls. So when that happened in the middle of the interview, I told Seth, I said, we don't have any control over Nancy. There's no control in her. So I said, if you get a text from me that says get off, you get off the interview, hang up. So when she played that recording, he sent me a text at the same time I was sending him a text. I said, get off. And they're like, oh, what happened to him? It's bad weather and whatnot. And I said, no, it wasn't bad weather. I told him to get off the interview. I said, Nancy, you broke your word to us. And I said, your producer broke his word to us. And she said, I don't understand. What are you talking about? And I said, I talked to Holden twice. I got it in a text, an email, and multiple phone calls where he assured me that you were not going to say or do anything while we're trying to build this unity that was going to make this family look bad. Well, she jumped Holden's ass. And I guess Holden had sent her an email that she didn't see, supposedly, allegedly. So she asked me if I would bring Seth back on. She apologized to Seth. She told me she didn't want to put any more stress on Seth. And she told Seth and I, they're together, 100%. She gave us our word that would be cut out and it would never be seen anywhere. Is that correct, Seth?
That is correct.
And then she did what she did.
Okay. That's unfortunate. To be really honest, that is really, really unfortunate. But it is out here now, right? TikTok and YouTube, they grabbed that thing and it's been out here. It was plastered all over the place as soon as that interview dropped. So I have to ask you, Seth, is that really your theory? Is that what you stand on now? As far as
that
what
wasn't the only thing that gentleman asked me after the polygraph. He asked me several more questions.
Mhm.
He pulled out a notepad and a pen, piece of paper. I thought he was going to offer me assistance. And so what I discussed him was, my top 3 theories for what may or may not have happened with my son.
Yeah.
And that's the only one that he brought up. And, what I was getting from him as a former FBI agent, I was hoping he was going to give me some advice, who I could reach out to. And I didn't get any of that. So while I'm sitting there sleep deprived, just got done taking, a polygraph. And, yeah, this is my first time doing this sort of stuff.
Of course.
I've never been in this before.
Right.
I don't want anybody to ever be in this.
Yeah.
It's a horrible feeling no matter what. There's a lot of people in your chat saying that I'm starting drama and I egg it on. I see so much drama going on in these chats and stuff. There's time. You can go hand out flyers. You can sit there and get my son's name out instead of sitting here asking me to, speak about my mom or Chris's ex-wife, things like that. That's not directing the focus back to finding my son. That is you wanting to ask questions to start drama. So you can either like me or hate me. It doesn't matter. If you're willing to help me find my son, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
People over here talking about Chloe was the only sane one. Or for you to say that, you weren't there. You don't know what's going on. You don't know the fact that day one, I was out searching in my vehicle. Law enforcement did not want us with boots on the ground, walking through the woods and stuff, looking for our son, because the last thing they wanted is one of the parents to get hurt or injured and not be able to communicate to where they were at. If you don't think that I wasn't out there on day one.
Journey, I know exactly why he's saying that. And he is saying that because Chris told Seth that maybe if he went to church, he would find his son. So he's literally being facetious about the comments that Chris Proudfoot made about him going to church to find his son. That's what he's talking about there. Yep. That's what I think. I could be wrong, but that's what I think.
Driving around, screaming with my window down, driving everywhere. I don't know the area. I'm not from there. I'm not from Clarksville. I know a lot of the area now. I've been everywhere. For that first week, I was searching every day. I don't know what I've done. I don't tell you everything I do. My life is sitting here on blast for everybody, whether you're Team Sebastian or not. Sometimes some people in these chats just want to sit there and run their mouth. And that's fine. That's human nature, I guess. You know, there are podcasters out there, and I know I'm not supposed to mention names, but there's some out there told people that they need to come whoop my ass. Well,
Whoa, what?
I'm here.
For real though?
Yeah. I'm here. I'm in the same address since I moved to Tennessee. Why? Because moving actually creates more issues with my son. Because every time you move, it creates a change that he has to deal with.
Yeah.
Do I want to move to a different place? Yes. Has my rent gone up $500 since I moved here? Yes. Have they done anything to improve my house? No. But I stay here because it's easier for my son to stay here and for me to pay more for my rent, for him to be safe and comfortable at our house.
I know what he's talking about here because
I know that your intentions are good.
a move like
Just
that
like I know
would
that
be
Tony's intentions are good.
traumatizing for an
The
autistic
team that's been
child.
involved with everything, even all the way down to the people who have left the search, like the PIs of the past and all that stuff. They all have been here for the greater good to try to find your son.
They're all volunteers, and I
all
appreciate
volunteers.
every one of them.
There we go.
I think that needs to be made clear, right?
They're
So that
all
people know.
I appreciate all of them,
volunteers.
but at the same point in time, I need everybody to work together. And I needed people in my team to work together. If I bring in more people, it's because I need more people. I need people who have SAR training. I need people who have the resources that I don't have, that I can't afford. Lord knows I cannot afford to go drop $32,000 on a water drum.
Yeah.
Can't go buy a boat. I can't do things. You know, people talk about my GoFundMe that's now shut down because I'm just tired of it. I use that for stuff, for flyers, for making sure we can get things taken care of. And yet I get nothing but grief about it.
You know, one thing I do want to just interject here really quick. I think one thing that people tend to forget.
Speaking of which, I don't care where you live. I do not care if it's a post office box. If you would like to distribute flyers for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, if you will email me, let me find my email. If you will email me right here at Regina_is_queen@yahoo.com and give me a P.O. box or an address to ship you flyers, I will ship you flyers at no cost to help get Sebastian's face everywhere. Send me an email. I will be more than happy to send you flyers at no cost to help find Sebastian. Anyone willing to put up these flyers, email me and send me an address to ship them to. I've got a printer, I've got the paper, and I've got the ink. I'll pay the cost of a postage stamp. I ain't even tripping about it. It's worth it for Sebastian.
One, everyone's passionate about trying to find your son, right? We're all emotionally attached to this case. We all want to know what's going on. We all want to break or crack the case, right? And find your son and bring him home to safety and all that. But I think people forget that this is not like a startup company.
It's not a game.
This is not
my
a
son's
game.
life is in danger.
I think people forget that when you lose somebody, it's not like this is something that you just wake up and know how to do. It's not like you can just pull up, Google it and go, how to build a team to find a missing person. You are shooting from the hip a lot of the times. And I think a lot of people forget that. And we need to bring that reality back into the conversation real quick. Instead of everybody doing the backseat driving, realize that, hey, there's mistakes that are going to be made. There's going to be bumps on the road because this is not something that people do every day.
Every time I make a decision, I don't know if it's going to be the right one. Only time will tell. I'm learning at this just as like, the next person, which I hope the next person, if they're missing their kid and they reach out to me, I hope I can help give them something that I've learned from my experience besides welcome to hell. There is nothing in this world like losing your kid, but it's one step even worse to not even know if your kid's alive or dead.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't understand how people can just sit there and be like, it's life. Well, I refuse to accept that.
Pascal, I'll tell you something. One thing that I've been very, very adamant about is I'll defend Seth. I'll defend Randy Harris. I just don't get into defending myself. But I looked over and I got the comments turned off now. But you've even got people in your chat that are causing trouble, and you got people making little petty comments like, he's not paying attention. He's on his phone. Well, let me explain something. Since people want to make statements and they don't want to ask questions, which is what you're great at, is asking questions. I have a literally a very demanding 24/7 job. I work essentially in the oil space. I have to be reachable by phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. A normal day for me right now looks like this. I'll work 8 hours a day minimum, sometimes 10 hours. During that day, I'm also working for
Yes,
Seth.
Ernie,
But
and she
every
should
night,
have
I'm
been.
putting in another 8 hours for Seth. Every single night, whether it be on TikTok, whether it be researching, whether it be gauging what the mood of the public is, whatever that is. You know, and then I get all these videos I got to look through. We got people that are breaking down a video that somebody else did, and they're criticizing us, and they're making money off of Seth's son, and they're doing all this craziness. Look,
Those are true vulture when they're sitting there and taking a conversation that Tony is having, which is an actual conversation. They're discussing it. It's not a podcast. And then they want to sit there and put it next to their little will of pay me money. Why they're sitting there in their nice little chair online with their little thing behind them, twirling her hair and pushing her glasses up while she's wanting everybody to buy a membership and consider to, you know, that's not helping me find my son. So who gives you the right to sit there and criticize this man that's volunteering his time to help me find my son?
well,
While you're sitting there making $1,000 off of a podcast and you haven't got out of your fucking chair.
well, and Seth, what you
Use
know,
my language.
You're good. You're right.
what I want to say is,
Mhm.
you know, I'm easy to get a hold of. Very, very easy to get a hold of. I'm open to having a conversation with anybody. In the world I live in, for Seth, for my job, I cannot get away from my phone. So if you see me looking down at my phone,
Yes,
it's because I've got
Brady.
messages coming in from Seth's
The
team. It's
email.
because I've got customers that are texting me. And at the end of the day, the time that I spend on here with you, Pascal, and your platform, it's volunteer time. It doesn't pay my bills. So life for me doesn't stop, unfortunately. I have to keep working for Seth, working for my company. So, you know, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to say, you've been working with me now for 3 months. Do you feel like I'm half focused, full focused? What do you feel like, Pascal?
I think you're in it 110%. I mean, you put your whole body into this whole thing. I commend you because you're not only doing this for Sebastian, you're also doing this for Caleb as well. And then also holding it down. You know, you still are a dad. You still have other things that are going on in your life. You know what I mean? So, you know, I've never had any thoughts in the negative for the contribution that you're doing for these two young men, period.
I appreciate it 100%, Tony. I know that you don't do anything unless you ask me first. You ask me what the game plan is. We communicate. And some of your people in chat, Pascal.
Yeah.
T-Rev's my brother. I'm not talking about T-Rev. I'm not talking about, and I know you don't like me mentioning other creators, but
you know, Pascal, you can tell there's a lot of emotions right now.
Yeah.
Because what we're trying to do,
it's 2.5 months, guys. It's been 2.5 months since we've seen anything resembling Sebastian Rogers. So tensions are going to be high. The nerves are going to be extremely sensitive. And you know, and raw.
If you have any goodness in your heart at all, either cover the case.
Okay, I got to pause it right there for just a second, you guys. If you would please be so kind as to go sign the petition for the FBI to become involved in Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' investigation of his disappearance. Please sign the petition. Sign the petition and get the feds involved. Because it's already been, tomorrow will be 80 days since Sebastian went missing, you guys. 80 days. We need someone else involved because TBI ain't getting the job done. In this case, you guys, it's going to break my heart. It already breaks my heart for Summer Wells. But if this case ends up like Summer Wells, you got to get some people out of office and get new people in there because they ain't doing their jobs. Just saying. Just saying.
And help create awareness. Get out from behind your computer. Come help search. Donate. Do something like that. Or you know what? Go to something else because it's hurting. It's hurting everybody other than me. It doesn't hurt me, whatever. But it's hurting Seth. It's hurting everybody involved for people to get involved in a negative way. And that's what we're saying is if you're making money off this man's child, then be grateful for that. I have no issue with people making money off covering a case. Pascal, I love it that's what you do for a living. But you keep it real. You keep it factual. You're asking questions. You're not making unfounded comments. If you actually are going to have the goal to make money off of somebody's missing child, then do it with spreading the positive word. That's what we're asking. Because without him losing his child, you're not making money talking about his child. There's nothing to talk about.
Yeah, I get it. But I know that we can talk about this for a while, right? Because there's been a lot of tension building up for a while now, okay? And I totally understand, right? Some people are in the chat saying, hey, Seth, I had it up, but the chat's been flying. So, but they basically said, hey, Seth, this is your son. You do what you need to do, what you see best to find your son. You know, forget the outside noise, because at the end of the day, we're trying to find Sebastian, right? So, you know,
my only issue with that, Pascal, is first of all, I don't have social media. I have YouTube. And since Tony came around, you stay off of YouTube. Okay. Do I have to? Yes, you have to stay off of YouTube. You know, so I stay off of YouTube.
I get it.
That still doesn't mean that it doesn't get back to me. You know, it doesn't get back to me. It gets back to me that, you know, some lady gonna sit on her fat little throne.
Okay, Fred, time to find our perfect apartment on Zillow. Don't worry.
And talk about my weight. And it's like, you got a lot of room to talk. But you also want somebody to come put their hands on me. Just remember, you live in Tennessee, lady. If you're instigating assault on a law enforcement officer, that's time.
Right. I mean, that honestly, that is other drama that I totally understand how you feel. Like, I understand where you're coming from. I hear you.
I have too many volunteers out there that put their life in the line to go hand out flyers, walk through forests, walk through where there's snakes, ticks. One of my volunteers literally had spotted Rocky Mountain fever from a tick bite. People don't know what my volunteers are going through.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then you want to add more because you want to sit there and, you know, have people follow people around and threaten them and stuff. Get a life. You sure don't have a kid that's missing. Right. And if you're not a coward, and you want to say something to my face, there's my door.
Mm-hmm.
Certain people have put my phone number out on the internet.
And that's not good. That's never good. And that's not how you do things out here, guys. That's not how you do things. But okay, I think we've gotten to you gotten a chance to get some things off your chest. Understandably, there's been a lot of tension as of late. But let's get back to what we're here for, right?
Yeah,
getting to the facts and figuring out where Sebastian is. And I understand your frustration, brother. I really do. And I can only imagine what you're going through. But let's get back into this, shall we? So the thing is okay, we had the Nancy Grace and the conversation and all that. There was some information that was out there that obviously was supposed to be taken out, and it wasn't. Obviously, that has shook a lot of people. People have had a lot of opinions about that. But one of the things that I do want to talk about is, let's get back to the basics. Now that we don't have, now that they've confirmed that photo of Sebastian, or that alleged photo when they had that sighting that could have been
North
Sebastian,
Carolina.
Was not in North Carolina. Yes. Now that they
would like to just say something about that.
Go ahead.
If the parents are listening, thank you, because that was a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
And when I saw the actual pictures of him standing next to his mom in the Christmas tree, Sebastian's got just the way that he walked, the way that he held himself and stuff. Thanks for that little bit of hope. I needed it.
Yeah. Now that has been debunked, so that wasn't Sebastian, we're kind of back to square one in a way, right? And
Yeah.
And I don't mean that to sound to give it some sort of negativity or anything like that.
Tomorrow. The post office is already
right?
closed,
Going back to
but
square
I'll
one
ship
gives
them
you
out
a
tomorrow
huge leap
to
forward. So let's talk about some things really, really quick. Now, I know that there's been footage, right? There's a whole bunch of footage, ring camera footage, so on and so forth, showing the, Sebastian taking the trash out to the front of the house.
I
and then all of a
completely
sudden,
agree
nothing.
with
Now,
that,
I have a
Rita.
question for you, Seth. Have you seen all of the footage, everything revolving around the disappearance of Sebastian?
No.
You have not. What is it exactly that you're interested in seeing with your own two eyes right now?
Everything. And the reason I say everything is because when you have to start back at square one, you got to review everything. So a lot of mine is just reviewing what I already know in my mind, things that I've seen. Some of this stuff that gets pulled up, I don't know if it's real or not, and I don't have access to it like the police department does.
Okay.
You're most welcome, Brady.
Okay,
And
so I'm just
thank
gonna ask these
you.
questions.
Thank you for being willing
did you
to
get a
put
chance to
them
see
out
anything as far
for
as
me. Thank you.
I don't know, footage from their cars, anything outside of the house?
For Sebastian, not
No,
for me.
no.
For Sebastian.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
is there dash cam footage from somebody's car?
I heard that there was.
From whose car?
Not for mine.
Okay.
I don't have a dash camera.
But somebody does.
Somebody does.
Okay. But you haven't seen that footage.
The police don't put it out. I don't see it.
Word. Tony, any thoughts on that?
What falls under my wheelhouse is not the investigation. So unfortunately, I don't know anything about the dash cam.
Interesting. Okay. So obviously there's footage that you've only seen, Seth, so far, since the last time we talked. The only footage that you've actually seen is proof of life walking out of a Texas roadhouse, correct?
Yeah.
But there's a slew of other footage that you still have not seen.
Right.
Especially in people's cars and outside of around the house, per se.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting information. Now, when it comes to, we have got to talk about this. It's not going to be an easy conversation, but I want to make sure that we address this because there's a lot of people that are reacting to some things that Seth, your mother, put out here recently, saying something along the lines of she knew about Sebastian's encounters, for lack of a better term, with Chris Proudfoot. And I know that there's been a knee-jerk reaction over the past 24 hours of people feeling some type of way about why she hasn't reported or why she didn't report those things in the past if she had known. Can we expand on that? Can we talk about that a little bit?
We don't have those answers. We have not talked to her about what she knew, why she didn't report, whatever. What we know from the other case I'm involved in is that grandmas get emotional. We don't blame her for anything she said either day. She said one thing one day, she said something completely different the next day. We don't blame her for either one of those things. Look, in these situations, the grandmas feel helpless. They feel uninformed. They feel helpless. And clearly we know that the grandmas were not involved in these cases. So they sit around and they drive themselves crazy and they watch all these things on social media and YouTube and TikTok and Facebook and all these things. And it gets to the point where they get angry and they don't have any way to release. So what they do is they do a little drive-by, as I call it, and they drop a bomb and then they feel better. And then maybe the next day they drive by and drop a different bomb and they feel better. We haven't had conversation with Robin about that, but the truth is we don't blame her for making either comment, as polar opposite as they were. Just like I didn't blame Caleb Harris's grandma for making the comment she made, because I can't imagine how a grandparent that has very little information to go off of
Mhm.
is dealing with all this. They've got to feel helpless. And we know that typically, everybody can question whether a parent loves their child. Did you have a good upbringing or whatever? Grandparents always have love for the grandkids. Historically, that is the group of people that love the kids, is the
What a
grandparents.
lot of people don't understand. I don't mean to cut you off, Tony.
You're good, brother.
Mhm.
In the situation that's going on, I know how helpless I feel. So
Thank
you can't
you.
even
I
understand how
appreciate
helpless that she
that.
feels. And I'm
Thank
here in the
you.
middle of it. Information that she does. And I still feel helpless about some of this stuff. And then, I'm not on social media, but I got people sending stuff to my phone because, again, my phone number's out there. And they're sending stuff right off the internet, off of Facebook. I don't have that stuff, but it still gets to me. As in, it's still being sent to me. It's still being sent to my mom.
Mhm.
Everybody wants. She's feeling probably helpless because she doesn't know what to do. She's in another state.
Yeah. No, listen, I totally understand. I understand her frustration 110%.
Braddy, I will send you a response email with our Discord link and personally invite you to the Discord. I appreciate so much what you're doing, being willing to even take flyers and put them up for Sebastian is a warrior for Sebastian. And I want anyone that's willing to help a child or someone else in this situation to be a part of our team. Welcome aboard, hun. Thank you.
I know that this is something that a lot of people have been questioning. It has been something that's been kind of crazy out here in these streets as of late. Just that information. It was a bit shocking. And of course, at the end of the day, it's still, it's some insight into the possible dynamics that were going on inside that house before he disappeared, right?
Yes.
Now, speaking of the dynamics inside that home, I know that you said that there's some things that you were, I guess, some things were brought to your attention recently that really shocked you, Seth, that really kind of shook you. What is that?
Everybody already knows what you're talking about, Pascal. Other creators have been on it. Tony mentioned it last night in TikTok. Yeah, I have the DCS records for that house.
DCS records for that house. Okay, can you explain to me, because I know it's the Department of Children's Services, correct? So
yes.
it's basically CPS, but Tennessee's version of CPS, correct?
Correct.
So
All right, give me a second to slow it down right there for just a minute because I'm very upset with the whole CPS situation. And I'm going to show y'all the legal aspect of it here in just a minute and show you why I'm so mad about it.
what exactly did you learn? What was shed? What light was shed on you?
No, my eyes are open to a lot of things. And no, I can't share it with you. First of all, DCS reached out to my attorney. And because social media gets around, they reached out to my attorney. My attorney reached out to me, and I told them I had no plans of releasing any of this stuff at all. But I know it. I know what happened. I know the reports that were going on. I have a lot more understanding of what was happening in that house now.
Okay, so you are not going to release the information?
No.
Why not? The reason why I asked this, Seth, is because it could give more insight on why your son may have ran away, why your son may have disappeared. I mean, if it's not to the public, have you at least given it to law enforcement?
Oh, Sumner County has had it from the get-go.
Yeah, they've got it.
I've been out. I've been in
Wow.
contact with TBI. TBI didn't have it. And I advised TBI to turn around and request the unredacted records because I got the redacted ones. And I told them that they need to request the unredacted records and they need to look at it.
Okay, that's something I didn't know that they had it. Tony, can you expand on
Sumner
that?
County.
Oh, go ahead, Seth.
Tony hasn't seen the records. I haven't shared them with anybody but my attorney.
Wow.
We have for full transparency, we have discussed some of the things in those records.
All right, let me show y'all right there why I have a major problem with the fact that Seth had to get an attorney to get the CPS records from that house. All right, this is Tennessee Code Title 37, Juveniles, 37-1406. And if you'll go down to subsection E, this is the law of what is required whenever a claim is filed against a parent or individual for child abuse. Subsection E, the investigation shall include a visit to the child's home, an interview with and physical observation of the child, and an interview with the parent or parents or other custodian of the child and any other persons in the home. Seth Rogers should have been notified for every CPS investigation or claim that was made against the Proudfoot home involving Sebastian.
Do you know what? When he did get those
Okay,
records, they
but let
were
me.
redacted so badly.
Yep. He couldn't even make heads or tails out of him. But hold on a second. I want to continue reading this for just a second, okay? If the investigator deems it necessary, the investigation shall also include medical, psychological, or psychiatric examinations of the child and any other children in the home or under the care of the persons alleged to have permitted or caused abuse, neglect, or SA to a child. If the investigator determines, based on the visit to the child's home, observation of an interview with the subject child, an interview with the persons in the child's home, that report of harm was wholly without substance, the investigator may determine that physical and psychological examinations of the subject child are unnecessary, in which case they will not be required. If admission to the home, school, or any place where the child may be, or permission of the parents or persons responsible for the child's care for the physical and psychological or psychiatric examinations cannot be obtained, the juvenile court, upon cause shown, shall order the parents or persons responsible for the care of the child or the person in charge of any place where the child may be to allow entrance for an interview, examination, and investigation. If the report of harm indicates that the abuse, neglect, or SA occurred in a place other than the child's home, then, in the discretion of the investigator, the investigation may include a visit to the location where the incident occurred or a personal interview with the child and the parents or other custodians in another location instead of visiting the child's home. Now, in the beginning of what I just read, legally, Seth Rogers should have been notified before any other actions were taken. Before they went to the Proudfoot's home or anything, Seth should have been notified about alleged abuse going on in that home on his child. Because let me explain something to you. When there are two different households, both parents are supposed to be notified and interviewed. Both. Period. It's right here in the law. Custodial parents. If it's only one custodial parent, it'll be that parent. But there are two parents involved in this case. And Seth Rogers had just as much custodial right to Sebastian as Katie did. Period. End of story. They had joint custody of Sebastian. Complete shared custody of Sebastian. Now, what does that tell you about all the alleged abuse that Katie filed against Seth whenever they divorced? If the judge would have believed any of that abuse was going on, would the judge have told Katie and Seth to go out in the hall and work out joint custody of Sebastian? No. He would have awarded Katie custody of Sebastian, but he didn't. He awarded them both joint custody. That right there to me says a whole lot. A whole lot. A whole lot. Now, there's something else real quick I would like to get into, and this is about TBI. TBI is lying to all of us, or they're lying to Sebastian one. Do y'all know what TBI is actually, and what its powers are? There's something going on here. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Now, I can go to the TBI webpage and pull this up too, but as you can see, it's linked to the TBI webpage. Most of this was written by people in TBI on this Wikipedia page. Okay. The Tennessee Bureau, let me make this big for you guys so you guys can see it. If I can scroll in. Oh, there it goes. Make this bigger. There we go. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, TBI, is the State Bureau of Investigation of the state of Tennessee. It has statutory authority to conduct what kind of investigations? Criminal investigations and make arrest of crimes occurring throughout the state. The Bureau is analogous to the FBI on the federal level. Okay. The Bureau manages the state's 3 crime labs, assist local law enforcement in investigating major what? Crimes, and conduct special investigations related to illegal drugs, fugitives, public corruption, official misconduct, organized crime, domestic terrorism, healthcare fraud, arson, explosives, and patient abuse. So, now knowing what the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation actually is, and what their boundaries are within the law, analogous, that word, that means that they operate on the same level state-wise as the FBI does federal-wise. So I want to know why Seth had to send TBI reports, CPS reports on the Proudfoot house. What's going on here? And since TBI only investigates crimes and criminal activity, is this a criminal investigation?
I think they're looking the other way.
I think they are too. There's a special. I don't know if you guys watched it the other night or just a few days ago. There was a special out of Tennessee on them doing they got together and did this big sting operation and found all of these teenage runaway kids. Why did they have to do a special sting to find these? How many was it? It was like
11 or 12 kids. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 11 or 12 kids that were runaways. Why did it take a team of TBI investigators to get together and find these missing kids? Why did they have to do a special operation to find these kids? Shouldn't they have been looking for them the whole time? And then they said they found them on They found them with social media and stuff. What?
I don't know. It sounds like a farce to me. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. That is exactly what I'm getting at. That is exactly what I'm getting at. They're getting paid every day. They're getting paid every day to look for these missing children. But they're not finding them, are they? Not until they get a group of people together specifically for finding this missing children, which it was somebody's job to find this missing child who had the authority to look up all these records and go on their social media and do these investigations. But these children aren't found until they do a special operation for runaways. Make it make sense. Because let me explain something to you. The taxpayers of Tennessee are the ones paying TBI to not do their jobs. They're not spending my money. I live in Arkansas. But they're spending people's money in Tennessee whenever they're already supposed to be investigating these cases. What do? Just put them all in a big old pile and say, okay, in 8 months we're gonna do a special operation and go find all these missing kids. Where was the person that was supposed to be working on the case doing it already? That's what I want to know. It is absolutely ridiculous because our children and the children of Tennessee are paying the price. They're paying the price for people not doing their jobs. Tell me I'm wrong. Look at Summer Wells. Look at Sebastian Rogers.
Hey,
I'm
look, it's no
absolutely
sweat.
outraged.
It is no sweat off of their back. They get to go home to their families every day and they're lining their pockets. So what, right?
Yep, exactly.
I'm sorry, but I just wonder, what does it take to get people's attention to something is really wrong with this picture?
Little Bratty, I don't know for sure on that. But that might have been the case. That might have been the case. And if there had been multiple allegations, and I believe Seth when he said there were multiple CPS, here's what I want to know. If everyone is reporting that Sebastian is being abused in the Proudfoot home, neighbors, etc., and including Sebastian, why wasn't Seth told? Why didn't CPS do their job? I have opinions about that from someone who was in the custody of Florida CPS at one time of what's really going on. But I got to tell y'all something else real quick. You might want to sit down for this one. Did you know that 55 children a day go missing in the United States from the custody of CPS and nobody knows what happens to them? And we're not just talking about teenagers. We're not just talking about teenagers. What's really going on? That's what I want to know.
Well, the system failed, and it does fail. And you're right. It should have been, if there were allegations and they had been researched and been thoroughly gone through, then we might not even be here today discussing Sebastian. So CPS definitely let Sebastian down.
Yes, they did. And here's what's really bothering me the most about all of this. If you call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office before 8 a.m., you get a recording that says, if this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. If you know your party's extension, you can dial it at any time. Our office hours are between blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Thank you for calling the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. If you know your party's extension, you may dial the number at any time. What extension did Chris Proudfoot dial? 0?
Exactly what I want to know.
And since we now know from looking, TBI assists local law enforcement, just like the feds do local law enforcement and state law enforcement. And since we now know that Seth didn't get the CPS records on the Proudfoot home, and we know that TBI didn't have the records, the CPS records on the Proudfoot home, why didn't Sumner County send those records to TBI for a missing child? Someone please make it make sense. Please make it make sense. Because, look, 1 + 1 is 2. 1 + 1 doesn't equal 157437J. It just doesn't. And that's the numbers we're getting. That's the results we're getting from TBI. And I'm enraged because, for everyone that doesn't know, I have an autistic son. Okay? From the footage I've seen of Sebastian and from the things I've been told about Sebastian, him and my son are a lot alike. High functioning, verbal, everything else. Sebastian matters to me because I have pictures of my son. He wears black frame glasses just like Sebastian. And I'm not, look, I'm not trying to throw myself a pity party. It's not about me, but I'm telling you why I care and why I want Sebastian found. Okay? Because I have a son that is a whole lot like Sebastian, that I have all of the love in the world for, that I would be killing myself looking for if he went missing. That I would tell everybody, hey, you guys, y'all can dig up all the dirt on me y'all want to, go for it. But while you're doing it, could you please just help me find my son? I'd be doing what Seth's doing, though. I'd be taking a polygraph, everything, getting all that out of the way to where there would be more focus on my son. But from what I understand, Seth has a rock solid alibi that he's on video at his work during the hours Sebastian went missing. I believe Seth. I believe Seth has no clue where his son is. And that is a tragedy because he loves his son. And I know he loves his son because I see it, because I know how I love my son. Do I think that Seth is making some poor choices in the way he's handling things? Yes. But are they nefarious choices? No. I honestly believe he just has no idea what happened to his son and doesn't know the first thing of where to begin to find his son. But the man is looking. He hasn't given up. He hasn't given up. But there's two things going on here. Either TBI is not doing their job and Sumner County is not giving TBI all of the information it needs to do its job, or we are straight up being lied to about there being a criminal investigation. Straight up. But for the sake of Sebastian, I hope that's what's going on. I hope we're being lied to and they have a full-blown investigation, criminal investigation going on in Sebastian's case. Because he did not walk out that front door and disappear into thin air without a trace. Somewhere, somehow, some way, there is, especially with all the technology we have and all the cameras and everything else, there is some trace of Sebastian. And let me tell you something else. If TBI has not gone into that home and done a full forensic evaluation of that home, it may be too late to do a forensic investigation on that home.
Oh, they missed the boat on that one.
Absolutely. And let me tell you something else. Chris Proudfoot not wanting searchers on the property looking for Sebastian is a major red flag to me.
Me too. And let me ask you, how many reports does it take for everyone to realize that child was not treated like a human being? He needed someone with patience with him on a daily, who was present, who was there for him, who was going to care about him. And I'm sorry, but anybody with that many kind of reports, I don't care how many, that's enough for me to understand he was not treated well.
I think I know why
Period.
Seth. I think I know why Seth has gotten an attorney. I think all these rumors, and this is just my opinion and allegedly, but I think all the rumors about Chris Proudfoot's family having service members in Sumner County, LE, is more than likely true.
Absolutely.
Because apparently
I agree.
TBI is only getting select information from Sumner County. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong if Seth had to get a lawyer and basically sue CPS for the records involving his son on the Proudfoot home. Why, God forgive me for saying this, but why in the hell did Seth have to take that upon himself to find that out? Or to get the records to TBI? Ridiculous. CPS let Sebastian down. And if I were Seth, I'm sorry, but I already have a lawsuit filed against CPS, and I'd already have a lawsuit filed against the Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
I would too.
Already. If it were my child, though, y'all, I'd be straight out up here telling y'all everything and anything. I wouldn't care. And if I suspected the mother of my child having anything to do, or my children's father having anything to do with my child's disappearance, you couldn't shut me up. Matter of fact, he better hope if something happened and one of my kids come up missing while they were in his care, he might not make it to confess where my child was. Because I would do anything and everything it took to find my child. And the math is not mathing that little boy just got up and walked out of that house.
Hell
And
to the no.
the thing that I think needs done is all of the pressure keep being applied to Katie and to Chris. That's what I think. Because eventually they'll break. If they are so self-centered, if they are so self-centered that they have done something to this poor, beautiful little boy, eventually they will break for their own, for themselves, for their own protection. They
Well,
won't.
all I have to say, if they had anything to do with it, the truth will find you. There's no escaping it.
Yep.
Well, what I take away from the CPS and lack of reports is something needs to be done with that system, basically, because there's a glitch. All parents should be aware of what's happening to their
To
children.
their
And
own children.
well, and they have 50-50
Legally, they're
custody.
supposed to.
So, yeah, and
Legally, they're supposed to.
they have 50-50 custody. So he is entitled to know for sure. I agree. And if he wasn't told and um, it wasn't investigated, then they need to go back and talk to some workers, find out what happened. And I would hope that would be going on. I really do. I would hope that they would be interviewing these CPS workers that went and interviewed Sebastian and Chris and Katie. And because if they didn't, if they were unfounded, fine. But if they were founded and they turn the cheek, that's wrong. And this is going to continue to happen to other children. So this is a learning experience that going forward, people really, they need to fix the system because the system is failing. That's why we're in these positions, because the people with the authority to step up and do something about it are choosing to ignore it because they have too many case files, in my opinion.
And what's worse is CPS will actually take children out of an environment where there have been false claims made against the parent and take that child out of that parent's custody and put them in a foster home. And it doesn't matter how many abuse cases are made on that foster family and in that foster home. The parent, while that child is in foster care, has absolutely no right to those files if their child has been taken by CPS. The system is broken. Because why? Because do you know what big money is? Do you know what big money is in the foster care system? Do you know what they're doing to these kids that never gets reported?
Well, look at Audrey Cunningham. Same thing. The system
Yes, ma'am.
failed her.
Yes, ma'am.
And Madeline Soto, the system failed her.
Absolutely.
So, how many more kids do we have to lose before somebody decides it's broken and it needs to be fixed?
Well, let's say this. Seth made the comments
Bratty little
that
hold on just one second real quick before that. Bratty little me said, yeah, I thought he wasn't allowed around him because he was still sneaking home. Let me tell you what, Bratty, if that's the case, if Chris Proudfoot had been ordered not to be around Sebastian, and that's the reason he was camping offsite at work and stuff like that, if Katie Proudfoot was letting him back in that home, she should already be wearing a pair of silver bracelets. Already. And you know what else that tells me? Another failure of the system. All right, Sammy, go ahead. I'm sorry.
well, Seth made comments about had he known any of this, he would have taken Sebastian sooner. He was supposed to have him last year. They decided to wait one more year. And then at the end, he said he would have taken him a week sooner had he known the week before. And every sign is there that this child was failed by these reports not being shared with his biological father, who also had joint custody. There's your proof right there that they failed this child because he was not aware. And God knows
They
Which leads
he
me to
wanted to
believe
know.
the people in power at CPS weren't told. You know? I mean, do you think that this brokenness goes all the way to the top, or is it the workers that
all
go
the
in?
way. It goes all the way to the top. Absolutely. It's with the workers that initially go in, and it's with the people in higher power that place these children in these foster homes.
Look, it's about Sebastian. This is totally, completely all about Sebastian. These points are being made because all of these things, had they been handled the way they should have been handled, might have actually saved him from all of this.
Chloe said the most true statement whenever she said it was a domino effect. This is all about Sebastian. What I'm telling you is all about Sebastian because Sebastian Rogers is the one missing because of all of the things that led up to his disappearance, including CPS not telling Seth what was going on. Because I'll tell you what, there's no doubt in my mind. There's no doubt in my mind if Seth Rogers would have known about the CPS claims against the Proudfoot home, there's no doubt in my mind Seth would have already had him up out of the Proudfoot home before he went missing. They denied Seth the truth, and they denied Seth his own opportunity to prevent this. And that is one of the worst letdowns I have ever dreamed of. That I couldn't even dream that up. And if I were Seth, I would be taking a whole lot of legal action. Because let me explain something to you about legal action. Legal action can really motivate people.
The
It can
question
really
I have,
motivate people.
the question I have though, with just going off of what you just said, my problem with your statement is if all sides have said what happened to Sebastian when he was in California, and we all
Right.
know, and we're not going to talk about it, but I personally think that I would have maybe stepped up and taken him out of the house then, because he would have had grounds to.
Katie was fighting him for custody of Sebastian. She made allegations of him being a violent abuser.
Right, but then the judge made him go work it out.
Right, in Tennessee.
Sebastian,
Okay.
Seth tried.
Yeah, he tried. Seth fought for custody of his son.
I'm not saying
All
he
he
hasn't.
walked away with was some 50-50 joint custody.
I'm just trying to be
You
the
can't
devil.
go against the judgment, you know?
No, and I
Brady,
get it.
I feel
I
the
was just
same way.
asking because, I mean, I would think that he would be justifiable in taking his son under
Yeah,
those
but if the courts don't
circumstances.
agree, your hands are tied.
Yep, if the courts do
Totally.
not agree, your hands are completely tied.
Which again, that's corrupt. That is corrupt with the system and the government and all of those things. The people that, I mean,
And let me explain something else to you about Miss Katie Proudfoot. I don't know if anybody else has picked up on, but Katie Proudfoot did the same thing to Seth that she helped Chris do to Nina.
can you say that again? I didn't catch that.
Katie Proudfoot did the same thing to Seth Rogers
Oh,
that
yeah, yeah.
she
Okay.
helped Chris Proudfoot do to Nina.
Now I get it. You said it and I didn't.
It
It didn't.
all starts with Katie. Every last bit of it. And how convenient is it for Chris Proudfoot and for Katie Proudfoot, who are in a custody battle with Nina, to have a witness go missing just mere days before they're supposed to go to court over custody of Faith.
And that gives me another thing too. And that goes back to his cognitive issues. So if he was going to testify in court, he had to be high functioning. That's not an easy thing for anybody to do, to go and testify in a court of law against anybody, especially a family member. So he had to have been high functioning for them to be able to put him in that situation.
Exactly.
When I was like 7, I had to go to court and talk to a judge about some stuff.
Right.
And I was none the wiser what the hell was going on with any of the parties. And what the judge did was speak with me in his chambers. He asked me a few questions. We had more discussions about my day and how my day was, stuff like that. But these judges do have ways of speaking with children to help with, finding out things that they feel like they need to know and determining certain things. So I could see that situation that he was supposed to go and speak
And I don't
on
know.
behalf of whatever. I could see that, autism or not.
I mean, I know that in where I live, um, from 12 up, you can decide those
Which
things.
parent
Like,
you
what,
want to live with.
right. But I feel like
If,
being a,
if, if you're not a special needs child.
but that's where I go back to high functioning. He had to have been high. And that's the problem. We don't know. We haven't really been told where he is on the spectrum. Do you know what I'm saying? We haven't factually been told where he is. So I just think testifying would be very difficult. So which gives me hope that he's high functioning, because that means, you know, I don't know. This case is frustrating. I'm sorry. I'm just going to mute.
It's very frustrating. And it goes round in circles and circles and circles and circles, you guys. It goes around in circles.
Right.
And it's so
But I
sad.
think the
It's
point is
so
how
sad.
convenient this happens just before he's supposed to testify.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And now, I have, hold on a second. Let me see if I can pull it up and show it to you guys. Let me see if I can find it here.
But I do have a quick question. Wouldn't that like be a contradiction, because he does live with his mother 50-50? You know, they have joint custody. And if he's testifying against his stepfather who lives in the house with him,
Now, he may not have been slotted or slated to go and testify against anyone. He may have been put in a slot to have a discussion with either the judge and someone else, or a medical professional, or somebody that can help them to determine whatever it is that they're seeking to find out,
Let me share something with
you
y'all.
know.
For anyone who does not believe, okay, this is the court docket from Chris Proudfoot and Nina's. Right here it says, subpoena deuces, tidium to Officer C. Okay. This is where there were subpoenas issued for the witness list, right? Look right here. The 5th, the 3rd of 2024. The witness list was amended. Do you know why the witness list was amended? Because Sebastian Rogers couldn't testify. Because Sebastian Rogers was missing. And if you'll look right here, Nina was given custody, temporary custody of her daughter. Complete temporary custody right here. Right here. Which means a judge had a valid reason to give Nina full temporary custody. What was it? What was it? What was it? The original witness list was for the, where is it? The 2nd, the 20, what is that? The 28th of 2024? The original witness list. And then you go up here, right here. Let me find it again.
This is so very relevant to his disappearance.
Absolutely. To the 5th, the 3rd of 2024, the witness list was amended. And exhibit list. Amended. Witness list, amended, and exhibit list. Because Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers went missing. And I'm not saying it convicts them of anything or proves that they're guilty of anything, but I'm just saying it's awfully convenient that
How
Sebastian went missing.
convenient. Right.
How convenient. Okay. There's a couple more things I would like to get into. Real quick, if you guys don't mind, with the interview with Pascal, and then I would like to move on to our other cases because we're running out of time. Sammy, I know you got to go to work soon, honey.
I'm here.
Okay, let me zoom. Why isn't it zooming? There it goes. Let me zoom out so y'all can see. Okay. Let me push play.
Very vaguely, but he's under legal advisement not to share those, Pascal.
I see.
With the public.
Okay, I get it. It's just shocking information, and I'm sure. So you're saying that there's more incidents that happened where CPS showed up to the house beyond just the belt situation with Mr. Proudfoot. Am I correct or am I wrong?
Yes.
Are we talking multiple? Or are we just talking about like one other incident?
You're digging.
He's digging, isn't he? He's digging.
Saying, hey,
He's
I gotta ask these questions.
He's trying to get to the meat.
Yeah.
Just trying to get to a little bit. I'm just trying to get to a little bit.
Church.
I mean, we could talk about church another time, but right now
No,
I'm asking
that's
that
what
question.
you tell me every time.
Okay.
We talk about church another time.
Yeah, because we're talking about Sebastian right now, right? We're talking about Sebastian right now. So I want to know.
God's going to give you the answer the next time you're at church.
There it is. Okay, fine.
We'll talk to you. We'll talk to you about this at the vigil.
There it is. We go. At the vigil.
Oh, yeah, that you said that you told me you were showing up for.
I will definitely come through. It's this weekend, right? But you guys are you guys doing a ride through up to a particular place, or is that a separate vigil? Can you explain that to me?
We're doing it's an MC ride.
Okay.
MC ride. Meeting place will be at 4, kickstands up at 5, rollover vigils from 6 to 7.
Amen, the ugly duckling. Same here.
Okay. And I'm assuming Tony, you gonna be sliding through?
I will be. Yes.
Okay.
Sir.
Bet. That sounds dope. Question.
You got a motorcycle, Pascal?
No, I do not, man. Do I look like a man that got a motorcycle?
Well, you got the helmet for it.
I'm aerodynamic. Yeah. We both, me and Tony, we both have that aerodynamic.
Wear a helmet here in Tennessee.
But you don't have to wear a helmet in Tennessee?
Have to.
Oh, okay. Then I can't bring my bike. It's a 10-speed, so I won't be able to catch up. But here it is, though. All right. DCS, right? Those reports. I understand you're not going to disclose much information, but are you going to take legal action against DCS?
That's not something we can discuss now. I would say right now everything is on the table. Just like everybody's a suspect.
Fair enough.
Everything is on the table.
Okay.
Absolutely everything.
Okay.
If Sumner County and TBI won't clear me, then what says that they're cleared?
Bing bong.
I see. Okay. Now, of course, I wanted to make sure that we have some of these questions answered. I think we're able to iron out some of those things. I do totally understand your frustration, Seth, to even Tony as well. You just kind of are getting hit, ricochet. You know what I mean? You're getting those ricochet bullets in the way, Tony. So I understand the frustration, and you guys. I understand you guys are just trying to do the right thing, trying to bring some clarity, trying to bring this young man home, and all that.
I want people to start focusing on the goal is finding Sebastian.
Absolutely, and hopefully, if there's any more information, like footage, for example, that you guys have not been able to see yet, I think that's incredibly important that you ask for that footage. And if that's through a lawyer, then so be it. Whatever it may be, by any means necessary, get that footage so that you can see with your own 2 eyes. Because if there's dash cam footage, for example, from any of their cars that has not been seen yet, that could be crucial information. Big time. Same thing with the DCS reports as well. It could give us some insight on why he may have ran off. Now, again, that's not for me, okay? But for whoever else that's involved in this investigation in trying to find Sebastian, that's what matters the most, okay? But I do have. Go ahead.
I just got a text from a team member. She just wanted me to clarify that that there are 2 separate events. One of them is at 4:00, and that is the ride. The other one is at 6:00, and that's at Long Hollow Church.
Okay, so 2 separate events going on.
Correct.
On the 19th, right?
Yes.
Okay, and of course, if you guys have flyers or whatever, please send it my way so I can post it on my post it online and all that. And of course, anybody who has that information, if you guys have flyers, please share them, send them my way. That'd be greatly appreciated. But let's get into some of these super chats, because I know that there's been a gang of people asking a lot of questions. And so I want to get straight to this as quickly as possible. So Tipsy, thank you. Just a quick thank you. And thank you. I appreciate it. Misty, thank you so much. We're here to show support and love to Seth while we all do our part in the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Yes, I agree 110%. Sebastian is the main goal. This is what Michelle just said. Thank you so much. Tired as a mother. Thank you so much for the super chat. Tony, thank you for helping Seth. He needs support. And that's the thing. Literally,
I'm so glad you got that,
people
baby,
need to
Brady.
understand
Thank
that
God
there's
for
going to
people
be
like
people
you that are
coming in
foster
and out of
parents,
this.
that are
Okay,
in it
coming
for
in
the
and
right
out of this
reasons.
search.
Thank
There may
God.
be Tony may be here for the whole time. He may be here only for a month and then step aside because of life or other situations that hop in, that pop up. Maybe there's a break in Caleb Harris's case. He might have to step aside while somebody else takes over. There's got to be a little bit more understanding, more patience. Okay. From everybody, okay? Because it's been getting wild out here. We love you, Seth. Janine just said thank you. Michelle says Team Sebastian all day. Shell Marie says Sebastian strong in Louisiana. Thank you so much. Down in the bayou, appreciate it. Trevor, thank you so much. Chloe is a wonderful PI. Very thankful for all she's done for Sebastian and will continue to do independently. Trevor, thank you so much for the comment. And yes, I want to make that abundantly clear. Every person that's been a part of it. I mean, obviously, I can't speak on your behalf, guys, but I know that everybody has been trying to put their best foot forward.
To do whatever she would like to do. When I spoke to her last, like I said, I thought we were civilly had agreed to part. That
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned as we
Okay.
attempt.
Those were the points I wanted to get to in that interview. You guys go check out Pascal if you want to see the full interview. Pascal does a really good job interviewing Seth Rogers and dealing with a lot of other things. I am not here to deal with the drama aspect of it. I am here to deal with the legal side of it, the facts, and all about Sebastian. So we're not going to talk about the drama with the PIs and all that. That's just not what I want to talk about, period. Because all the drama with the PIs and stuff, I do not care. I do not care. I care about Sebastian and getting down to the dirt and the nitty gritty and finding Sebastian. Sammy, Crystal, was there anything y'all wanted to add about the Sebastian Rogers portion of it before we wrap that up? Because we still have a lot of other cases to get to.
I just want to say that we're finding little tidbits of facts and some truth as we go through some of these. That's why we go through them.
Yep. Yep.
I agree.
I agree. Okay, and now I would like to get to the Mica Miller case. And this one is much faster. This is, so we're not going to be spending as much time on that. I gave Sebastian Rogers and his story more time because he is a missing child. And sadly, Mica Miller and the other cases, we know for a fact that those people are no longer with us. So I did make Sebastian priority in this stream. But we are going to talk about the other cases. So first, I would like to present this right here. Me.
Beforehand, Dad, I really feel like I need a weapon for protection, and she knows how to use it.
A South Carolina church pastor is facing serious scrutiny after his wife's sudden death in a nearby state park. And as new details come to life about her final days, her husband is getting more and more attention. We're joined by Michael Francis, Micah's father, and her sister Sierra Francis to talk about the young woman.
Before we go on any further, though, you guys, before we get into the nitty gritty in this, Brady, I'm so glad that you got custody of that baby. And I'm so glad you licked his face and made him yours. And I wish there were more foster parents and people out there like you. I really do. God bless you for what you've done. God bless you. You're an amazing woman. Thank you. Thank you.
Woman's passing and where legal action might take them in the future. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey everybody, this is a law and crime legal alert. Google Incognito track users' browsing data without their knowledge, while Mass Tort Alliance, one of our legal sponsors, is helping users file for compensation due to Google misleading the privacy of their Incognito browser. So if you've used Google Incognito anytime since 2016, you can start your claim in less than 10 questions at incognitoclaims.com/sidebar. What started out as this sudden and heartbreaking death announcement at the end of a church service has now taken all sorts of twists and turns, and it has morphed into a story that has captivated the nation. I'm talking about 30-year-old Mica Miller, who was found dead at Lumber River State Park just across the state line in North Carolina on April 27th. She had reportedly purchased a gun in the days before her parents' suicide from a pawn shop. That Sunday, her husband, 44-year-old John Paul Miller, announced his wife's death during a recent service at the church where he's a pastor, Solid Rock Church in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And Miller announced, quote, "I got a call late last night that my wife has passed away. It was self-induced and it was up in North Carolina. You all pray for me and my kids and everybody. You all knew she wasn't well mentally and she needed medicine that was hard to get to her. I'm sure there will be more details to come, but keep her family in your prayers." And then Miller asked for people not to discuss his wife's death outside of the church, but as you can imagine, news spread like wildfire. And the woman's family has immediately become suspicious of this. Why? Well, John Paul Miller and his first wife, they divorced in 2015, and then he and Mica married in 2017. Mica's family says that John Paul, who's 14 years older than Mica, first met her when she was a member of his church youth group at age 14. Now, there have been accusations that he groomed her. Not totally clear what exactly that means, but we'll explore it. Now, Mica was also reportedly married previously to John Paul's friend, Jeremy. So you see these apparent connections. Okay, but now we fast forward, and it's our understanding, based on reporting, that Mica had filed for divorce from John Paul 6 months ago. It's also our understanding the divorce petition was withdrawn, but then a few days after that, John Paul filed for separate support and maintenance, financial support, because the couple were still legally married. Then Mica had also filed for separate support and maintenance. There was a scheduled hearing for next month, but of course, Mica died. Mica's family claims that in the days before her death, she filed for a no-contact order. And I believe that she was still pursuing divorce against John Paul. Now, police and the medical examiner have ruled Mica's death a suicide. And one of the ways that they have ruled that is not only based on the forensic evidence at the scene, but a 911 phone call that was placed by Mica to law enforcement in North Carolina gives a lot of insight into her parents' state of mind. So I warn you, this is really tough to hear.
Robinson County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Hi, are you able to trace the location of my phone?
Let me see. You don't know where you're at?
In National Park.
Tell me what's happened.
I'm about to kill myself, and I just want my family to know where to find me.
Okay, ma'am. Just listen to what I'm saying, okay? Let me make sure I got the exact location where you're at, okay? Just 1 minute.
We've now learned that the Robeson County Sheriff's Office is requesting that the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI investigate Mica's death. Whether the FBI is actually involved yet kind of remains unclear. It may be more of a jurisdictional issue about why they could be involved because of where she died on a state park out in North Carolina. But as I mentioned, Mica's family appears to be suspicious of all of this. And one of the things to note is that John Paul does have a criminal record. Research indicates that in 1998, Miller entered a no-contest plea in Horry County, South Carolina, to a charge of assault and battery of a high and aggravated nature, meaning that Miller did great bodily injury to someone or likely was going to injure someone. He was given 500 hours of community service, was put on probation for several years, and a 4-year prison sentence was suspended. In 2022, South Carolina court records indicate that Miller was pardoned. In 2000, out in Illinois, he apparently pled guilty to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. In 2004, out in Illinois, it appears that Miller was charged with domestic battery, but the prosecutors seemed to decline to move forward with the case and were unable to find sentencing information for that case. Now, in one of her final posts on Facebook, Mica uploaded a selfie, and she uploaded the selfie with the caption, "When terrible, terrible, terrible things happen to you," you all know what I'm talking about, RPF, rest in peace face. She included the hashtags still blessed and God is good. She's also been posting videos on her social media talking about leaving abusive situations.
It doesn't matter what gender you are, abuse is abuse. And you are the bride of Christ. And my Bible says that he took all the abuse you could think of for you so that you didn't have to live that life of slavery and bondage and pain.
According to a friend, Mica had left for a different church other than Solid Rock. John Paul gave an interesting, perhaps the best word to describe it is an arguably strange eulogy, different eulogy at the Solid Rock Church, while family members held a different memorial service at the beach.
So you get tourists to take our picture, and I say, okay, thank you. She said, oh no, this isn't good. Give it back to them, and they do it again, you know. But she loves. She told me that she was so creative. Everything she did was so creative. What's the next picture? What's the next picture? She stopped. We'd be on the way to like a show or something. She said, "Stop! I can get a picture." I said, "We're gonna be late." She said, "I don't care." What's the next picture? Next picture.
John Paul also said that he wanted so badly for her to be alive that
Not a single tear. He had as many tears in his eyes. Well, as many tears in his eyes as Jennifer Soto, who we know lied to the police, by the way. We've already dropped the documents in another live stream, but she lied in a sworn written statement and to the public on TV. But we'll get into that. Hold on a second. We're going to get into it after this.
That he repeatedly tried to see her body and even tried to raise her from the dead. There were reports that Reverend Charles Randall fired Miller as Solid Rock's pastor, but Randall disputed that during a recent sermon, saying, quote, "I have released him from ministerial functions for a minute to get some healing and some counseling and some guidance. You can't go through these things like this and just step right back on the same day." Family and friends have started using the hashtag Justice for Mica. Now, it's our understanding Mica's sister Sierra, who we're going to be speaking with in a minute, has filed a legal claim against both Miller and the church in connection with Mica's death. Court documents filed in Horry County Family Court accuse Solid Rock Church of colluding and conspiring with John Paul to defraud and deprive Mica. The Daily Mail also reported that Mica contacted the Myrtle Beach Police Department on April 8th, just weeks before her death, to report that she had seen a lewd photo of herself in a Facebook group and believed her estranged husband, John Paul Miller, had posted it. Well, after her death, Miller admitted that he did post the photo. In a letter obtained by News Nation, seemingly addressed to Mica, it reads, quote, "I'm sorry for putting a picture of you on the internet. It was for less than 1 hour and immediately taken down. I was hurt that you're telling everyone horrible, intimate details of my past sin, and I just wanted to try and hurt you. Please forgive me. It was evil of me to do that." Mica had also reported back in March that she found a tracking device on her car at least twice and said that John Paul had her involuntarily committed to a hospital and stole her car while she was gone. Now, in a statement, John Paul Miller's lawyer, Russell Long, said, quote, "It has come to light that Mica Miller struggled with mental illness, specifically bipolar disorder, which when not properly managed led to paranoid episodes and self-destructive behavior. Some reports made by her in the recent past are nonsensical." He also added that a ruling of suicide by law enforcement completely exonerates Pastor Miller of any wrongdoing. Well, I'm joined right now by Mica's father, Michael Francis. Thank you so much for coming on. And before we even get started, I just have to say I am so sorry for your loss, your family's loss. And as I mentioned to you before we started recording, I know this can't be.
What he's fixing to say is one of the most important things in this interview. And I'm going to break it down after he says it because I want to show y'all something.
Easy talking about this and having this amplified and everybody speaking about it. So I know this must be a very difficult time. So my heart goes out to you and your family, and really appreciate you taking the time to come here and talk a little bit more about it.
Thank you for having me.
I'm going to start off. How are you and the family doing right now?
We're struggling. You know, we're more united than ever as a family. You know, this is something that has really caused us to drop any little petty arguments or something and focus on what's important at this moment. So, you know, we have grieved off and on, but we've also been in fight mode off and on.
Did y'all just hear what he said? It has made the family drop all their petty little arguments and focus on what's important here.
Bingo.
I just wanted to point that out. As they should have. As they should have. Good for them. It's too bad other people can't do that. But I think the reason other people can't do that in other cases is because in some of those cases, some of the people involved are guilty. But that's my opinion of something. They're guilty of something. We know there was reports made. Okay. Back to Mica. Sorry.
As far as legally and, you know, and speaking out for Mica.
Let's talk about that because, and I want to be very clear here. Despite the findings from law enforcement that Mica had died by her own hand, that the sheriff's office saying John Paul was not in Robinson County when Mica died, do you believe there is more to the story, correct?
Yes, it's there's a lot of details that they did not cover, and because it was equivalent in their eyes to previous self-inflicted wounds, I believe the law allows them to do less work. It does not prevent them from doing more work. And since there were multiple shell casings found and a live round found, it already didn't make much sense. So it would seem that they would automatically do a complete toxicology, not just blood alcohol, and a complete autopsy, which they did not do. And we're just devastated that they didn't because John Paul rushed the cremation process. And like during the briefing, we pressed pretty hard for more information and such. And the sheriff's office was trying to compress the briefing for us, and then they gave us a flash drive. It doesn't sound like Mica during the 911 call. She's so slow and so, you know, but then later there are, I haven't even heard them myself, honestly. I have someone who's going through all that for me and filtering the information because otherwise the more information I get that sounds off, the more furious I get. and I need to be able to focus and control my emotions. So, but there was screaming going on and such, and that's not something indicative of a self-inflicted. Sounds like a fight. And with the bruising on her hands and on her arm, scratches on her hands, indicating defensive wounds. So very frustrating.
When you say defensive wounds, is that something that was told to you by a medical professional? When you talked about multiple casings there, where did you get this information? And when you brought this information to law enforcement or brought it or mentioned to them, what did they say?
Okay, as far as finding out, the park ranger took us back to the scene and pointed out, here's where she would have been standing. Here's where the shell casings and the live round were, which also doesn't make sense. She knew how to use a weapon. She got the weapon for self-protection. She told me days beforehand, Dad, I really feel like I need a weapon for protection. And she knows how to use it. She's qualified. She's been through training. She's not going to charge the weapon and eject a live round. She already knows the first rule of gun use is knowing the condition of the gun. So we got the information about the shells. I did it directly from the park ranger. And then when we brought that up to law enforcement, they just said, well, they had no answer. They really just had no answer why, any kind of, not even speculation. They didn't even say, well, she probably did this, probably did that. They just said, this is what we have. And there is what would be an apparent bullet hole in a tree, which I have a picture of. And they just didn't seem to put the effort forth. So we're very disappointed in that.
And the defensive wounds, was that from the park ranger too?
Okay.
Yeah.
We looked at her hands during the viewing. We took pictures of her from the viewing. It was the worst day of my life. And she had scratches on her arms and on her hand. And the coroner in training had the chief coroner with her, but she spoke out and said, well, maybe that's from when they retrieved her from the water. And I said, okay, of course, maybe. Was there blood in those scratches and such? They had no answer. Very disappointing. So I basically said the scratches indicate some type of scuffle or something, because the area where she was, there was no trees or anything anyway. There was no trees in the water. There was nothing there that would have scratched her hands the way they were. This. So, it showed, it indicated that there was, some type of pressure, that's where the bruise was. And just,
Well, Michael, here's the.
Okay. Now we get into the breakdown of it. Let me explain something to everyone. And this is very important, I think. Let me make sure I got my headset on right. Okay. It is a known fact that corpses do not bruise. Now, when I tell you that corpses do not bruise, I'm not saying that there can't be things that present like bruises whenever someone dies. But I'm telling you, human corpses cannot actually bruise after death. They can't. And let me show you why. I can close this one. Okay. Share this with you guys. We'll go back to that in just a minute, but I want to show y'all this. Is this the one? Okay, here it is. I found it. Let me share. Differences between antemortem, which are pre-death, and post-mortem wounds, which is after death. Let me zoom in so y'all can see this.
I hope you're planning on reading what you want us to see, because there's no way.
Yes, I am. I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it. You can absolutely, and the fact that there were scratches with bruising tells me that it was most likely antemortem that those injuries occurred, because I'm going to read this to you and then I'm going to give you another follow-up to it. Antemortem wounds, which is pre-death, I'll just say pre-death so y'all understand. Pre-death wounds occur before death. Post-mortem wounds occur after death. In antemortem wounds, hemorrhage is copious. Copious means obvious. You can see them. They're copious. In post-mortem wounds, hemorrhage is slight or none at all. And in pre-mortem, before death wounds, there are marks of spouting of blood from arteries. In post-mortem wounds, there is no spouting of blood. Pre-death wounds typically result in bleeding. In post-mortem wounds, there is no bleeding as the heart is no longer pumping blood. Anti-mortem wounds can initiate the healing process, which causes platelets and white blood cells to be rushed to the area to prevent infection and stuff like that. And not only that, well, I'll explain it whenever I get to that part, but hold on. Let me just get back into this. In post-mortem wounds, red blood cells are absent. Pre-death wounds trigger an inflammatory response. Post-mortem wounds, there is no inflammatory response. Anti-mortem wounds may cause pain, which is pain because you're alive, you feel it. Post-mortem wounds, no pain is experienced because you can't experience pain when you're dead. Anti-mortem wounds, bruising can occur. In post-mortem wounds, no new bruising forms. In anti-mortem wounds, surrounding tissue is at body temperature. In post-mortem wounds, surrounding tissue may be cooler than body temperature. Anti-mortem wounds, which is pre-death, again, pre-death means anti-mortem means before death. Wound edges may contract, which means the skin may pull back and stuff. In post-mortem wounds, there is no contraction of wound edges. Anti-mortem wounds are susceptible to infection, and that is both inside and outside of the body. In post-mortem wounds, there is no microbial activity, except for decomp microbiomes, but that's completely different. In anti-mortem wounds, cells are alive and undergoing changes. In post-mortem wounds, cells are dead, no changes occur, which means the fact that there wouldn't be white blood cells that were fighting, like as soon as you're injured, whether it's a bruise or an open cut, your body triggers a response that causes inflammation. It causes the body to release hormones that causes your body to release excess platelets and stuff to try to stop the bleeding in the capillaries. And it releases white blood cells, and that's usually part of what triggers the immune response, okay? There's a difference in bruising before death, being caused an injury before death, and during the decomp of a body, something being laid against the body and causing like a purplish or a pink spot. They may look like bruises, but they are not actual bruises. Okay. I read that about the cells being alive and undergoing changes. In anti-mortem wounds, pre-death wounds, swelling may occur due to inflammation. In post-mortem wounds, there is no swelling. Anti-mortem wounds edges are deeply stained, which is not removed by washing. In post-mortem wounds, edges are feebly stained, which means the staining washes away easily. In anti-mortem wound, edges are deeply stained, which is not removed by washing. In post-mortem wounds, edges are feebly stained. In anti-mortem wounds, edges show gaping. In post-mortem wounds, no gaping is seen in wound edges. And this all, listen to me, this is the most mind-blowing part of the whole thing. If they had done an autopsy, they would have been able to identify whether or not, just with a simple microscope, look, a kid's microscope from Hastings would have done the job. If they would have simply looked at the tissue under a kid's microscope, they could have identified whether or not those wounds were anti-mortem or post-mortem. That is the most mind-blowing thing of all. Okay? Anti-mortem wounds can be found anywhere on the body. Post-mortem wounds are often found at edges or surfaces. Anti-mortem wounds are fresh and may show signs of recent injury. Post-mortem wounds appear more dried and lack freshness. In anti-mortem wounds, edges may be irregular due to the body's attempt at repair. In post-mortem wounds, edges are typically smooth. In anti-mortem wounds, tissues around the wound may be reactive, which means they're reacting to being injured and they're starting to attempt to repair themselves. Post-mortem wounds, edges are typically smooth. Anti-mortem wounds, tissues around the wound may be reactive. In post-mortem wounds, there is no tissue reaction. In anti-mortem wounds, blood may be distributed around the wound. In post-mortem wounds, there is no active blood distribution. In anti-mortem wounds, blood coagulation is part of the healing process. Blood clots. Signs of healing may be present. In post-mortem wounds, there is no coagulation that occurs. Signs of healing are absent. And this is immediate. Whenever you're injured, whenever you're cut, whenever you get a bruise, anything like that, the body's reaction is instantaneous. If someone cuts you with a knife on the arm and then ends your life, stabbing you in the heart after you're cut on the arm, and they end your life after that, guess what? Your body is still going to show the signs of the injury already starting to heal by platelets, white blood cells, swelling, things like that. Okay? If in the same minute that your arm is cut, your life ends, there's still going to be signs that you are healing and that it's an actual bruise, as opposed to the other thing we're fixing to get into. Okay? Anti-mortem wounds may show signs of erosion due to a body's attempt at repair. In post-mortem wounds, there is no erosion. Okay? All right. So now I'm going to pull this one up. Because people say, oh, yes, bodies can bruise. Well, not really. There is post-mortem extravasation of blood, potentially stimulating antemortem bruising, but it's not. Okay? A case of fluid post-mortem extravasation of blood, potentially simulating antemortem bruising, is presented. A 98-year-old woman died in a hospital. The cause of death being certified as congestive cardiac failure. After burial, it was apparent that the grave had been disturbed by crowbars and shovels. Exhumation was performed and autopsy revealed considerable apparent facial bruising, as well as lacerations and fractures. There was no documentation by the medical or nursing staff of any injuries to the deceased preceding death. There was also no documentation of injury by the funeral directors. Subsequently, 2 men admitted to removing the body from the grave and doing horrible things to it, mutilating it. Thus, what was apparently facial bruising was in fact post-mortem extravasation of blood stimulating anti-mortem bruising. And this happens in other cases, you guys. This happens in other cases. But the fact remains, it's not bruising. It's not bruising. And you can tell the difference in post-mortem extravasation and actual anti-mortem bruising. And all you need to do this is a children's grade microscope from Hastings. I really feel like Mica's family has been let down too. I really do. And I'm just going to leave that at that, but I'm going to keep reading this. The degree of extravasation was considered to be related to the severity of the injuries, loose subcutaneous tissues of the head and neck, and dependent position of the body upon return to the grave. This case demonstrates the degree of post-mortem extravasation of blood that may occur in particular circumstances and may simulate antemortem bruising. In other circumstances, the post-mortem extravasation of blood may have well led investigators to pursue inquiries regarding homicide. Okay. The reason I'm telling you all this is because corpses don't bruise. They can get marks on them, permanent markings, but they don't bruise. There is a difference between post-mortem extravasation and anti-mortem bruising. They are not the same thing. And the only thing the medical examiner would have had to have done to identify whether the injuries were post-mortem or anti-mortem was look under a microscope at the tissues. That's all it would have taken. Just a few minutes and a kid grade microscope. What do you think about that, Crystal and Sammy? Why do y'all think that wasn't done?
Well, from what I can gather, everything was rushed as far as the cremation. There was no one there to dispute it that would have legally had any say, you know, and it kind of makes everything look so suspect. I mean, I can't blame her family for being upset and for questioning, especially when there's marks, there's scratches, there's bruising.
I would I understand too. I understand why the family would be questioning and um the not doing an autopsy because technically it was an unintended death. So which means she should have had an autopsy just based on that. But um it's so sad. I want to point out that the dispatch woman, that was heartbreaking to listen to her when Micah says, "I'm going to kill myself and I want my family to
Right?
find me."
That was,
I
oh,
That woman, you could, she was just like, "Please don't, please don't." I mean, it was so, I can't imagine the impact of her having to deal with that. And I don't know if Micah did it to herself or if it happened. Both scenarios are horrible. Um, and if she did do it, then I think that she was drove to do it. Um, whether it be with she was a damaged soul and he fed that and he made her feel like she was completely out of options and she had no place to go is super sad, so sad if that's the case. um but I don't know. I had a friend that I went to grade school with, and she was a state trooper's daughter, and she ended up stealing her father's gun, his work gun, and she shot herself in the chest, not once but twice. And she died. That's how she did die, and it was so devastating. because she hit it well. You know, she did. She hit it well. No one, I just can't imagine being that low and not having or seeing any other option out of the situation. And if he did do this to her and there was a struggle, by God, oh, I mean, he should be like, his soul should burn in hell either way, because I think his
I will
hand was
tell you
part of it.
this. I
His
will
hand
tell
was
you
in it.
this. I will tell you this. I was on the fence about whether or not it was anti-mortem bruising or post-mortem extravasation. But whenever he just said scratches with bruising, that tells me everything I need to know. That injury
I mean, could that have
was
been,
anti-mortem.
and just being devil's advocate, because I'm good at it, and I really don't know, so I'm just asking this. Do you think it could be possible that she had an encounter with him prior to buying the gun and going and doing it? Like, was that injury, could it have been?
Yes, that is possible.
Okay, and that was like the deciding
Unless,
factor for her, because he,
but unless there was an actual autopsy performed. And look, there are ways you can tell how old an injury is. You can tell by the the level of breakdown and the clotting of the blood and the wound itself.
Typically, the bruising will also give an indication if it's like 12 or 24 hours old or even 48 hours. My
Yes,
big
because
question is this: do we know where, and this may sound morbid and it's not for a morbid reason. I'll explain why I'm asking in just a second. Where was the gunshot wound?
to the head,
Okay.
which people are saying
Typically,
isn't normal because,
statistically, women will either shoot themselves in the stomach or the chest. This is a statistic when
you know
they
what,
are
Sammy, I'm
taking
glad
their
you
own
brought
life.
that up because
Yeah,
also less than 1% of women take their own lives with guns
yeah,
right.
because it's messy.
That was the other point I was going to get to. Yeah.
Yep.
yeah.
So
I don't know.
the odds of this being a self-inflicted gunshot wound already are almost zero. And they didn't do a proper autopsy.
But the thing is I question you with this. She was seen that day purchasing the gun, and she made that phone call. Those bruises could have been from 12 hours from before, where she had a scuffle with him. He threatened her. I can't imagine what that man put her through on a daily basis. I mean, he just did every horrible thing that a man that's supposed to love you shouldn't do. Um, there's just every moral compass was crossed. But that's the part that's hard for me to get past. She purchased the gun.
Yep.
She called. She had been making videos saying, like, you know, she was at the end of her rope. So that's what makes it hard for me. And I think he's guilty. I absolutely 100% believe if he is responsible. 100%. But I don't know if it came from his actual hand.
Or if he's culpable in the treatment of her.
Right. I
And let me
definitely
tell
Like
you
he
think.
something.
took
You know
advantage.
what
He
else?
took advantage of a situation which he knew what direction it would go in, quite
Y'all want to know
possibly.
something else? Y'all want to know something else? If Mike and this is from someone who knows, and we're just gonna leave it at that. If Mica Miller had truly been wanting to kill her, I'm sorry, to end her life, she would have not called 911. She would have left a note and told nobody what she was doing. Which makes me doubt that she was really going to end her own life. She was crying out for help, in my opinion. And
The other
whoever,
part,
go ahead.
sorry, just the other part, she hadn't been taking her medicine either. And that was not because, and I don't know the reason why she wasn't taking it. I just know that she hadn't had it, which can be devastating for somebody that needs it, requires it, because you can't just stop medicines, whether it be an antibiotic or a psychotic, you know, drug. You can't just
Y'all,
stop because
I'm sorry, Crystal, you can go ahead and talk as soon as I say this. Give me just a second. I need my husband to make my screen big enough so I can unblock who. Oh, it's starting to do it. It's starting to do it. Hold on. Something's going on here and everything. Okay. Oh, no. Bring it back up. Where did it go? Okay. Hold on a second. I got it. I don't need him to do it. I fix it in it. I need to fix who will I accidentally banned. So give me just a second. You can go ahead, Crystal, while I do that.
what was I saying? I forgot. I have like that 3
Well,
seconds.
for someone who has mental illness that really requires the meds, to
Yeah.
just stop them can wreak havoc
Yeah.
on your life, on your mental health, like in the worst kind of way.
Right, like any medicine. I mean, if you're on a medicine and you just stop taking it, every medicine has side effects. Every single medicine.
Well,
Like
with the bipolars, a lot of the time. Now, I've got a few in my family who suffer from this. They can never just stop their meds. It has to be weaned. It
Right.
has to be done a certain way because the withdrawal from that medicine can cause major psychosis that you otherwise would not be suffering from.
Exactly. And then the other thing I wanted to mention too, sometimes with your thyroid, when that is completely out of whack, you can actually that will mimic um a mental health scenario. So sometimes it's as easy as finding that. So I wish they had done more of
Yep.
an autopsy to be able to see those things. I mean, I just feel like this poor woman suffered. She didn't, I mean, she lived under his thumb pretty much. I mean, he wined and
I think I
dined her
fixed
at
it.
a young age, groomed her, and then, just everything went sideways. I just don't think she had a chance. I think he charmed her like he tried to charm everybody in the church.
Well, he's the devil in disguise. I mean, quite literally.
Right.
What better way to hide your sin than to get in front of a congregation and preach the word of God?
Right. But he
But
obviously
let me
had a lot of
explain something
sins.
to you.
A lot of
Let
them.
let me explain something to you though. The devil knows the Bible better than any person alive.
I don't know. Like I said, I think he's culpable.
I promise you that.
Regardless.
I promise you
Regardless.
that.
Or if he pulled the trigger, or if he made her pull the trigger, or if he just drove her mad.
Right.
Because I
I
think
agree with that.
I think all of her mental health issues, if they weren't chemically from her own body, like hormones and all of those things, if it wasn't a chemical imbalance that she had, it was he did it to her. He is the reason she was having all the struggles.
Okay. Now I have a theory that I want to lay out for you because here's what I think happened, and you'll understand here in just a second why I think this is what happened. I think Mica called him. I think Mica was desperate. I think that she had no intentions of hurting herself. She just really wanted him to believe she was going to hurt herself because she had been brainwashed and it had become an obsession for her. And after everything he did to her, she wanted some kind of justification. So she was threatening to end her life And I think that he ended up out there with her. I think she called him and told him what she was going to do, threatened it, just like she called 911. And I think that there was a struggle. And I think that he held his hand on her hand and put that weapon to her head. Personally, that's what I think. That's
I
what I
think he's
think what happened.
I think he's too much of a coward to do
I
that.
don't. I don't.
I mean, I don't
He
know.
was
I just
brazen enough. He was brazen enough to lie in front of the church after grooming a girl in the church.
he
Okay.
groomed more than one, didn't he?
Yeah. And that was brazen. That was in the church.
Right.
I don't think it has anything. You know what? I think he's a big enough coward to unalive his wife. That's what I think. I think the opposite.
See, I think that for him it was a mental manipulation. And like he's the kind of person like going into I'm not con-
Yes, he was stalking her. He also stole the house out from underneath her, forged paperwork, everything.
sending me dick
Everything.
pictures of her on the
Yep.
internet. Like,
Yep.
and you know what baffles me about these kind of cases when it comes down to these? Like, supposedly you love this person. When you marry somebody, you're supposed to love, honor, protect, sickness and health. And these people marry each other, and then they set out to destroy another human being that they've taken an oath to love, honor, cherish, and they do nothing but destroy.
Another human being.
Yeah. Like
Yep.
why? Why do you
Because of
why?
evil. There is no other explanation other than malicious, evil hearts, Crystal.
I
There is
just don't
no
see
other
that.
reason.
I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it.
Well, you can't understand it because you don't have evil, malicious intent. You aren't that selfish. That's why you don't understand it. And let me explain this to you. Trying to understand that level of evil will drive you insane. Just label it for what it is. Recognize that it is there. Try to stop it when you can, but don't try to understand it. Because whenever you try to start understanding it, you start making excuses and reasons for it that it doesn't deserve.
Yeah. I mean,
That's true.
I just it makes no sense to me. And it's like I don't know how people can lay down at night and sleep and be okay with themselves. Because to me, I don't know.
Don't.
I just couldn't
Like
do
I
it.
said,
I
like I
know.
just told you,
I
don't
know.
try to figure it out. Because whenever you try to start figuring it out, you start trying to get in that mindset and finding excuses that it does not deserve. It's evil. You can't explain evil. You can only identify it and try to get away from it or let the power of God deal with it. Those are the only things you can do. Either get out of its way and pray about it or run
And you
from it and stay away from it.
and you don't
Identify it. But don't try to figure it out because that's whenever people start making excuses for these mother fudge cutters.
well, that's the thing too. She was so beautiful. She was well spoken. Um, she was kind. I mean, I saw pictures of her like all over the world with, in the missionaries, and she had a beautiful heart. And when this happens, when these things happen, I always
That's
say to
his words,
myself,
Brady. That's
I
his
wi-
words, Brady. Go ahead.
I really wish that somehow she could have seen how much better she was than what he made her believe she was. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's so sad. It's just sad. To me, it's so sad.
Yep. All right, let's get back into it because I want to show why I think he 100% did this. I honestly believe that man held her, forced that weapon to her head, especially with the hand scratching injury and all of that. I think there was a struggle for the gun, but Let me just finish this real quick, and then we'll get back into it, Crystal. Okay, because I want to get through this.
The thing, and I hate to ask you this, and I know it must be difficult to revisit it, but when you mentioned the 911 phone call, when that came out, I think a lot of people who were suspecting there might be something there, they were convinced that that was the end of the story. When you mentioned that 911 phone call, you said there's something about the way that Mica sounded on the phone that sounded odd to you. What do you mean by
Absolutely.
that?
Very slow speech. She's a very happy-go-lucky, excitable person, and it was too slow. It was very slow. It was metered. It could have been done with an AI type of previous recordings where somebody would have had those words from her previously, or whatever. And so it just doesn't make sense that he would go up there.
Do you have a theory as to what happened? Because authorities are saying, they crossed out his alibi of where he was. Do you have a theory as to what happened? And again, I know this is sensitive, so if you don't want to share it, I understand. But do you have a theory as to what you believe happened to your daughter?
Okay, well, I'll share what we spoke to about with the authorities, the sheriff in North Carolina. Also, as far as with his location, we've seen pictures of his truck. It had dark windows. Was it even him in there? Where's pictures of him physically?
Yep, MCAT, and that's exactly what we're fixing to get into. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's why I wanted to finish letting this play.
We haven't seen those. They have not been produced. If someone else has them, we would like to see them to prove that he was there, because otherwise it could be anybody in that truck. So the theory would be that because she had multiple tracking devices put on her car previously, that she was followed out to the park or forced to go out to the park, and they either follow her out there, or there's no reason for her to go out there. That's the main point as well. She's never been out there. We don't go up there. It's not a family spot. And she was off the trail enough into a park ranger only area that nobody knows about. And so the theory would be that she was either tracked, and then they said, well, we didn't find a tracking device. Well, they could have removed it at the park. When the car was at the park, and then it was collected by the authorities, they didn't check for a tracker, which blew my mind. They said, oh, we have all the evidence and everything. We asked them, was there a tracker on her car? And they said, well, we didn't check. And we were flabbergasted. This happened over and over during that interview. Why didn't you check that? We know that there was 3 or 4 trackers put on her vehicles. Why didn't you check to see if she was followed? They said, oh, there's no cameras, but we know she wasn't followed. Her car's just out here. And I said, well, there's no trackers. They said, no tracker. I said, well, they could have removed it after they did the deed. So then Mica's mother, Angelita, she said, pretend this is Mica's hand. And she asked me, grab this hand. And then she pulled it up, and said, it looks like someone squeezed her hand and raised it up and shot. And there are defensive wounds from it and such. And that's the general idea of our theory, that somebody crushed her hand to hold the gun up to her head while she's fighting. Either them or someone else held her other hand or her other arm back, because there's bruising on it from squeezing. And they forced it to look like that was self-inflicted. And a couple of rounds went off during the scuffle. One ejected was live. And then it finally happened the way they would want it to happen. And then dumped her in the water, probably 40 meters away from where the shell casings in the gun was found. The water doesn't flow there. It's a slough. It's still. It just sinks. And it actually flows when it sinks, when it recesses, it goes the other direction from where she was found. So her body, even if it was put in the water right there, would not have flowed the direction where she was found. It would flow the other way. So it would be possible that the incident occurred right there in the shell casings, and then the gun was dumped in the water right there. And then she was carried farther, 40 meters back, into a little bit more secluded area where she was found. So Sierra Francis now joins the conversation. This is Mica's sister. Sierra, thank you so much for coming on. As I told your father, I just want to say again, I'm so sorry for your loss. I'm so sorry for what you and your family are going through. Our hearts go out to you guys. And again, really appreciate you taking the time, being so generous with your time to come on and talk a little bit more about this. So I've already spoken to your father a lot about what you guys believe might have happened here. I want to talk to you about this legal claim that you have filed against Mr. Miller and the church. Walk us through what that claim is and what you're hoping to get from that.
As far as the the legal side of things, I don't have perfect details of everything. I'm just trying to pick up where Mica left off and make sure that justice is served and that we are able to remain over her estate and make sure that it is used or allotted in the way that she would have wanted it to.
Do you know anything about the FBI being a part of this investigation now? Were you told anything about that, what they might be looking into?
So we are aware that Robeson County did come out and say that the FBI is involved, but as far as what they're investigating and the extent of their involvement, the family's not sure.
Okay. I wanted to ask you this, both of you this. So look, the main argument, and it's being put forward by Mr. Miller, and what we've seen is Mica, they say, had suffered from mental illness. Do you know anything about that? Anything you can tell us about that? Because one of the things that Mr. Miller said is he had this power of attorney set up for that reason. What can you tell?
Did you guys hear what he said about the truck? That the pastor's truck was seen and caught on camera in the area where Mica Miller died, but they don't have actual footage of him behind the wheel. You guys, come on. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Mm-mm-mm. And was at trackers on her car. You know what? That's pretty bad when you're so obsessed with somebody. That is pretty bad when you're so obsessed with somebody that you put trackers on their car to know what they're up to at all hours. But then you want to do anything and everything to disparage that person to try to force them into taking their own life.
So
That
I have,
is next level evil.
I have a question. Um, what was the exact reason for the divorce filing by her originally? Do we know? Because
No, we
she
don't. We
because she
don't
filed
know.
for divorce. Okay, I'm wondering if he was grooming the next new one and doing to somebody else what
What
he'd
do
been
you
doing.
mean? What do you mean? He had a new girlfriend before him and Micah were ever, before there were divorce papers ever filed. He's already been seen with her. He's already been out in public.
Yeah, that was since her death, though, right? I'm just asking, did she catch him doing something like he got caught doing something with her? Because that's why his first divorce, he got caught by his ex-wife
Yes,
messing with her.
Brady, I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up because allegedly, he gave his new girlfriend Micah's necklace after Micah died.
Which is
Micah's
sick.
jewelry.
Which is
Micah's
sick.
jewelry.
And his girlfriend should be ashamed of herself for taking it. Because
That
all
is
of that
sick.
belongs to the
That is
family.
sick.
It
Well, let me
belongs to her
explain
family.
something to you. There are people that want the girlfriend looked into too. And I only deem that fair because they don't know who was in the seat of that truck. And I'm sorry, but how did Micah's husband die? The first one?
I
He
don't know.
drowned. He drowned. He was a paraplegic that used to go swimming every morning, and then one morning, whoops, he drowned. Fell in and drowned. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
Well, his new girlfriend probably should be careful then. Because he's one of those types of guys. If he's going to do it once and gets away with it, he's going to do it again.
I don't think
And
he's going to get away with anything this time. I don't think he's going to get away with anything this time. I think two spousal deaths involving, with the same man being involved in both of them. He married Micah and her husband. He was the officiator.
right. Right. This man has no loyalty. He has no loyalty in his moral fiber. He's not loyal to his church. He's not loyal to any of his wives. He's not loyal to his children. He's not loyal to the law. And here he is, a pastor, standing on a pulpit trying to tell his people to do this and that and this and this and this is the word of God, and he doesn't even know it. He has no
MCAT,
humanity in him.
MCAT, that is a very scary question to even ponder on. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm.
That's horrible, though. That is horrible. That he gave his girlfriend her stuff. That belonged to her family, her mom, her sisters, her nieces, whoever she wanted it to go to. It should sure as hell not be on that girl's necklace. And she should be ashamed of herself. Ashamed of
Yep.
herself.
Absolutely.
That's disgusting.
Absolutely. All right, let's finish this up real quick, you guys, and then we've got two more to go over real quick, and those are news articles with the updates, and then we're gonna get back to. I mean, we're gonna open up the phone lines for just a little while, and then I'm gonna have to call it a night because it's already 9:40.
Right.
Okay.
Tell us about what Micah might be going through.
So before Micah married John Paul, she had no signs, no history, no indications of mental illness at all.
And why did she presumably agree to a power of attorney? Usually the person who sets up would have to agree to it.
Holy smokes. You know what? The family did say that, Brady Little Me. They said that Micah was wearing that necklace the morning she ended her own life. But then again, you know what? I would like to know. I would like to see the personal effects belonging to Micah that were given to him. And I want to know if that necklace was listed, because if that necklace wasn't listed, how did he get it?
Yep, that's a big deal. That really does matter.
Oh my God. Funny thing real quick. This isn't funny, but it is funny. Sammy, when you just piped in, you're like, it sounds like an echo, and it almost sounded like God was talking. And I mean that in the funniest way possible. It was your response and the echo. Oh my God, I just died. Sorry.
Yep. If that necklace was seen on Micah on ring bell, on door ring doorbell, y'all know what I mean.
It was in the
Okay.
video when she bought the gun too. You could see it in that video.
Okay. If that necklace was not returned, if that necklace was not given to JP in her personal effects, that would be written down on a piece of paper, because it would be written in the report, all her possessions that were on her, everything. If that necklace is not in that report and JP had that necklace to give to the girlfriend, that puts him at the crime scene, taking that necklace off of Micah while she was dead. Which in me,
But
which to me,
we also have to remember too, he had the ability of her not having an autopsy, getting her cremated. So
right.
I
But
mean,
listen, Crystal, you're not listening. They would have the list of items that were given to him.
right. I know what you're saying. I hear you.
And if that necklace is not on that list of items, that is proof that he had contact with her
Right.
after she bought that gun.
Exactly. So how do we find it? Let's look for the list. We've got to be able to find it.
Call the FBI and tell them, ask them, tell them to look into it.
I know, but can't we look for the
Because
records?
they'll be able to get the. No, we can't.
Oh, that's right. They're
We can't.
sealed because it's on
Yep.
ongoing
Maybe the daddy
investigation.
has.
Ongoing investigation.
Maybe daddy has access to that.
If JP did not receive that necklace in Micah's possessions that were returned to him, if that necklace is not on that list, that means he got that necklace after she purchased the gun, which means he had to have been there when she shot herself. Allegedly.
Well, that's easy then. They need to check that. Right? You're right. Yeah, I mean, that's definitive. That would be a definitive answer. If it's
Yes,
not
it would.
on the report, then how did it get in his possession?
Exactly. Exactly. There you go. The only way it could have gotten in his possession, if it wasn't given to him with her personal effects, is if what? He took it off of her body.
Right.
Which puts him at the crime scene.
Right.
Somebody needs to reach out to daddy and bring that point up and find out if he has.
Yep. All right, we're almost done with this.
Signed to it.
This one.
He had every way to control her, and he was very good at manipulating the situation.
And she thought that he would be doing the right thing. She wanted to trust that Mr. Miller Jr. was actually doing the right thing for them until she got away from him and had more time when she spent more time with us to peel off some of those layers and realize what was going on. And then she started becoming herself again, got a job and everything else, and was doing fine and was happy-go-lucky self again, excited about the future, and which is something he did not like. Just very terrible.
There are these allegations that he groomed her. What do we mean by that?
He had his sights set on her from a very young age. I would guess probably 14 years old, 14 or 15 when we first came to the church. And he made sure that he kept her exactly where he wanted her to the point of who she married, what job she picked up after she was 18. He got her married, and then he made her his secretary and his babysitter and his let's go to lunch person, and oh, you're so beautiful.
And then when she was married, same thing, best friends with her husband, her previous husband, and manipulated the situation where he could have him doing something because he was his right-hand man and then spend time with Mica alone, which is very inappropriate.
And to be clear about that, are you alleging that he engaged in criminal contact with Mica? And if so, again, my understanding is there's no time bar in South Carolina to bring charges. Is this something that you're speaking with about authorities with?
I don't think he physically had a relationship with her until after she had already been married to Jeremy.
I wanted to ask you about something else. And this goes back to that idea of why he says, and correct me if I'm wrong, why he says he had to set up the power of attorney. He was concerned about whether Mica would be taking money, because there was this allegation that Mica was a suspect in the theft of $1,200 in donations for the Solid Rock, his missionary efforts. I understand you want to clear the record up on that.
That was investigated. I have seen, police excerpts on that. And from what I've seen, to the best of my knowledge, it said that that was just a domestic dispute and there was no criminal charges to be filed.
Okay. Also, as far as the amount that was mentioned, Mica was having trouble with the websites releasing the money to her from the donations,
such as Venmo or stuff like that.
Right. They were holding on to those funds as they do for like the 3-day period or whatever, gaining interest. And so during that period where the money didn't show up yet, he was accusing her of stealing that money. And then after the fact, after she's passed, all the money showed back in except 1 penny.
Not to mention that money wasn't money that was donated and she was stealing it. This money was, hey, I put $600 out of my pocket with the intention of, hey, I will be reimbursed from this because that's what she was told. Hey, spend your $600 to purchase, all the donuts that you're using for fundraising. It's a charity. We'll make sure we reimburse you. So it's not even stealing. It's reimbursement for what she's already put into.
Right.
And before I let you go, I have to ask you about this letter that came out that he had seemingly apologized to Mica for what he said was releasing a nude photograph of her on the internet. What was your reaction to that letter?
He's a faker.
Yeah,
he likes to band-aid everything so he can still control and manipulate people.
I told him straight up because of his behavior before, okay, now go ahead and go cry in front of your church and apologize like you always do. Mm-hmm. And he didn't during the sermon and his bombshell drop at the last point. He didn't do his fake sniveling, crying, fake stuff. He just, until later, but he would numerous times he would go in front of the church and say, I'm sorry, I did this and I did that. I'm sorry. If you don't want me to be the pastor, I'll leave. And they would say, oh no, you do such a great job. And then it would happen again and again.
Right.
And if they did stand up against him, he would threaten them with removing them from the church, or he would just straight out remove them in front of everybody. And then later in sermons said, oh, well, they just left for no reason. I don't know why they left.
Michael Sierra.
Anything that comes out of his mouth, it's all backwards.
Well, Michael Sierra, here's what I wanted to ask you. This is going to be an ongoing discussion. And I was hoping, and first of all, thank you for being so forthcoming to come on to explain this, give your perspective on what's happening. As this progresses, can we keep an open line and can you come back on and let us know any updates that are happening on your end? We would really appreciate it because I think a lot of people have questions about this.
Sure. As long as our attorneys are in agreement and such, and we will keep it open and most likely that would be us.
Okay. So listen, again, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate this. And again, my heart goes out to you and your family about this loss. And I'm so sorry for what you're going through. But again, really appreciate you taking the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so there we have it for the Mica Miller case. God rest her poor soul. That woman, what she had to endure, and regardless of what happens, that man is evil, and there's no understanding it. He's just evil.
Agreed. 100% agree.
Whoa, Brady said she also had $500 cash in her purse and was wearing her work clothes at first. Didn't sound like she had plans to unalive herself, in my opinion. Oh, absolutely, Melissa M. I could not agree more. I could not agree more. Research narcissist and get answers to JPS behavior. Listen to some narcissist victims videos. I actually have. And I agree with you 100% spot on. Correct. And thank you for joining us, by the way. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you being a voice in the community. Yes, he is a narcissist. The worst kind. The worst kind. He's not only a narcissist, but he's also a sociopath. If not a sociopath altogether. It mimics as a narcissist. I completely agree with that. Yep. Okay, but the scratches on the hand with the bruising, to me, that says that was anti-mortem injury, in my opinion. I showed y'all the facts and the reason I believe that to be true. The fact that there was not a proper autopsy done greatly has hindered this investigation from the beginning. Greatly. Another letdown by. I wonder who did the autopsy. I mean, I wonder who did who the coroner was that determined it was a case of self harm, injury inflicted by herself. I wonder what church he went to. Just saying. Just saying. I wonder. Melissa M says, Bratty, she registered her car and paid her rent. Had a hair appointment. Wow. Wow. Yep. Does that sound like somebody that's fixing it in their life? Not in my opinion. Not in my opinion at all. I mean, I've been wrong about things a time or two. But no, that does not sound like a woman who intended to harm herself. You don't need to pay your rent if you're not going to be living there. Am I right or am I wrong? Don't need to pay rent if you're not going to be living there.
I mean, she could have done that to get her things in order. I'm just saying it's not a popular opinion. I don't know.
But a hair
Like I said,
appointment?
Yo, I'm
A hair
sorry, but
appointment?
if I was doing that, I damn sure ain't paying the rent.
I don't know though. Like I just feel like at any moment that she could have broke. You know, maybe that morning she didn't. It could have been a phone call she got, and that was it. She was done.
True.
I don't know. You know, like at any
Or a
point.
fight. Yeah.
So I just don't know. I mean, I'm so saddened for this
Exactly,
family.
Melissa. Exactly, Melissa M. Exactly. That's something that we got to earlier, and I broke it down with facts from different websites. Deceased people don't bleed or bruise. I'm a nurse of 30 years. That's a fact. You are absolutely correct. 100%. They don't.
Exactly.
And she's an Emmy in training. Congratulations. Congratulations. I know you're going to get there. I know you're going to get it. You're going to get there. And congratulations from all of us in advance. Bratty Little Me said the coroner said that the scratches on her hands couldn't have been from trees getting her out of the water. I didn't see any trees where she was. I didn't either. I didn't either. Low 12 said she was seen on camera looking happy. Yep. Right, Bratty. I'm not paying any rent either if I'm planning on doing something like that. I'm sorry, but the last thing I'm going to do is pay my bills. Matter of fact, if I planned on doing something like that, I might just run up the credit card a little bit right before I did it, if you know what I mean. I mean, I'm keeping it 100 with you. If I planned on doing something like that, Like, well, let's just say I wouldn't have set up a hair appointment and paid my rent. I wouldn't have.
It's a sad case. Sad, very sad, and my condolences go out to her family and friends. And I am truly sorry for their loss. She seemed like she was a beautiful human being.
Yes, she does. She was gorgeous.
She
She
was,
was
and
she could have had anyone better than him. A better person, better looking. Just saying. She could have done so much better. And it's a shame that she's no longer alive because she could have enjoyed better. And regardless if he held that gun and made her do it, or whether he didn't, he still pushed her to it. And he is 100% culpable. And that's all I have to
absolutely,
say about it.
I agree.
That's all I have to say about it. So, any last thoughts, ladies, before we move on to the next one?
No, I agree. He's culpable. Either way, for me, like he's
Yes,
guilty.
she was. She was beautiful inside and out. Alrighty. We are just about there. We have two more cases to go over before we call it quits for the night real quick. So let's get to the next one, which is Suzanne Morphew. We're gonna go over this real quick. Because I am 100% without a shadow of it. Let me tell you what. If I look, if I could be in that jury, Barry Morphew, man, he whatever the highest penalty was for the state, he'd be getting because that man is guilty. That man is guilty.
Agree. It was the autopsy
Susan
reports that
Morphew,
convinced me.
absolutely,
Sorry.
absolutely, absolutely. You're right. Susan Morphew vanished on Mother's Day in 2020, inside the twists and turns of the homicide case. She was 49, you guys. 49. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. 4 years ago, Susan Morphew was believed to have gone on a Mother's Day bike ride when she vanished. Her bike and helmet were found near the 1.7 million Mayville, Colorado home the 49-year-old shared with her husband, Barry Morphew, and their two daughters. She was nowhere to be found. Law enforcement and Susan's brother led extensive searches for her, but found nothing. Then in September 2023 came a shocking discovery when her remains were found 50 miles away in Saguache, Saguache, I don't know how to pronounce it, county.
Saguchi. I'm sorry, Saguchi.
I'm sorry. I don't know how to pronounce it. Y'all, I know I'm butchering it. I'm
No, that's
butchering it.
funny. I'm dying. I'm laughing. I couldn't pronounce it either.
Go
I
ahead.
wouldn't be able to.
Saguache. Say it. Sagahatchee. Oh, yeah, that
Sagahatchee.
sounds right. Yeah, see me, that sounds better. Sagahatchee County. Her cause of death was homicide. Her cause of death was homicide, the medical examiner recently ruled. On the fourth anniversary of the day Morphew was reported missing, questions about what happened and how still abound. The biggest question is, did her husband have anything to do with her disappearance and death? Here's what we know about the shocking case. A husband accused. When Susan vanished, Barry posted an emotional video online pleading for her safe return, along with the FBI tip line number and a promise of $200,000 reward. Yeah, he knew he was never going to have to pay that money out. Nearly a year later, on May the 5th, 2021, he was arrested and charged with murder after deliberation, tampering with physical evidence, and attempting to influence a public servant, court records showed. Still missing, Susan was presumed dead. He vehemently denied the allegations. Damning evidence. In August 2021, now retired FBI agent John Grusing testified during a preliminary hearing that investigators found a tranquilizer cap in the dryer of the Morphew's home after Susan disappeared, CBS Denver reported. On July 21st, prosecutors revealed that Susan texted Barry on May the 6th, 2020, and told him she was done and wanted to end the marriage, Nine News reported. She had been having an affair, and we all know this. We've seen the messages and stuff. This is true. She had been having an affair with an old high school friend and was texting him the day before she was reported missing, court records show. KRDO reports. Barry told authorities that the night before Suzanne went missing, they were eating steaks, having relations, and going to bed early, according to unsealed court documents. KRDO reports. But that same night, Susan was texting the man police said she was having an affair with and told him at one point in the LinkedIn message, "You're the only real love I've known and only love I want." The court documents show KRDO reports. Alleged deadly chase. When Barry got home on May 9, 2020, he began moving in a pattern around and outside the house, cell data records allegedly showed. Grusing testified, according to reporter by 9 News, Barry was most likely chasing Suzanne around. Grusing alleged in an affidavit, 9 News reported. Barry told authorities he was shooting chipmunks. His lawyer argued that cell phone data showed him traveling at a rate of 45 miles per hour and could not have been on foot, 9 News reports. That Sunday, when Susan was reported missing, Barry was on a business. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, you guys, it's getting close to my bedtime. That Sunday, when Susan was reported missing, Barry was on a business trip where investigators claimed he made 5 trash runs. 5 trash runs. 9 News and Fox 21 reports. Charges against Barry dropped. Barry pled not guilty to the charges, and in April 2020, authorities dropped the charges against him. The Colorado Judicial Department told People at the time. However, a judge granted a request by prosecution to dismiss the charges without prejudice, allowing prosecutors to file the charges against Barry at a later date. At a press conference afterward, Barry's attorney, Iris Eaton, blasted the prosecution, saying the prosecution was manufacturing a murder case. You've seen shows called Making a Murderer. That's what was happening here in this courtroom. They absolutely dismissed the case at this point because they knew they were going to lose this trial and Mr. Morphew was going to be acquitted and exonerated. Yeah, that's not going to happen again, though. Adding to the mystery, prosecutors said they found 3 unknown DNA matches on the glove compartment of Suzanne's vehicle, 9 News reported. One was a partial match to an unknown male who was connected to a SA case in other states. Barry's DNA was not part of that sample, his lawyers said. I'm telling you, I'm getting tired. In May 2023, Barry filed a $15 million lawsuit in federal court against multiple entities and officials. I bet that's been dismissed, including Chaffee County, 11th District Court, Attorney Linda Stanley, and Chaffee County Sheriff John Spez, claiming they violated his constitutional rights according to a complaint reviewed by People. Autopsy shows homicide by animal tranquilizer cocktail. In September 2023, Suzanne's remains were found in Saguache, how Sammy said it, County. In late April, the El Paso County Coroner's Office released her autopsy report saying that she died by homicide. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation said in a statement, the report stated that she was killed by undetermined means in the setting of butorphanol, azapirin, and metatamidin intoxication. The autopsy stated that the mix of drugs is marketed as a compound immobilizer for wildlife or an animal tranquilizer, KKTV reports. One of Barry's lawyers reiterated that her client is innocent, saying the tranquilizer found in Susan's body was a very common animal tranquilizer, 9 News reported. Now that Suzanne's death has been ruled a homicide, prosecutors could potentially file charges against Barry again. We will continue to follow the evidence and seek justice for Susan. Ann Kelly, District Attorney for the 12th Judicial District of Colorado, said in a statement the Associated Press and ABC News report. An attorney for Barry said Barry's tranquilizer gun was not working at the time of her disappearance, according to the AP. So, ladies, what do you think? Do you think that there are going to be charges filed against Barry again?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. The
Possibly.
autopsy did it for me.
Her autopsy did it for you, them actually finding her remains?
Well, and the fact that they found those tranquilizers and it's just that was there.
Yeah, that's what I
That's what they
mean.
thought.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, the tranquilizer and the fact that he was making his own tranquilizers. Come on, I mean, yeah, he was the kind of person he couldn't have her, so no one else was gonna. In my opinion, I definitely think there'll be charges filed. Thank goodness they dismissed it without prejudice. Or with prejudice. With prejudice,
Well,
sorry.
usually the only time cases are dismissed with prejudice is when there is an egregious violation to someone's constitutional rights.
So I hope she gets justice, you know. But I feel bad for their daughters because not only did they lose their mother, now they have to either
Watch County.
Accept the fact that their father's the one that took her away, and on Mother's Day of all days. Like,
of all
that,
days.
I mean, to me, that's just like the kick in the, whatever you want to say there.
Kick in the pants?
Yeah, just like add insult to injury type of thing.
Yep.
I think it was, I mean, I can't imagine living with him before, there must have been signs because there's always signs. There's signs with everything. In every case, there's always signs beforehand. And we always are like, oh, looking back, there were signs. So I can't imagine how he was to live with. Being controlling and probably asking her, questioning her 50 questions. I don't know. Like another
Evil.
tracking things. Yeah,
Evil.
tracking device.
Evil, bratty little me. Evil. That's what's wrong with people. Evil. Evil.
I don't know. It's, again, if you what did it solve by ending her life? What does anybody gain from ending someone else's life? Again, I don't understand it. So, and like you said, don't try to. But yeah, I don't know. There's just so many other options out there.
Yep.
Walk away. Um,
Yep.
pick
But when
yourself
there's
up
evil in
versus.
your heart, whenever there's evil in your heart from being a selfish person, people don't take those things into consideration because all they care about is themselves.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know.
So you
He's
can
guilty,
give,
in my
you can
opinion.
really, anybody with any kind of scruples knows you can walk away at any time. Anybody
Hmm.
that isn't so selfish that they are willing to take another person's life will walk away at any time. It's that simple.
I mean, and then I ask you this: what kind of person would want to force somebody to stay with them or be with them? I mean, why would you want to be with somebody that you have to force to be with you, or question, or terrorize and do all these
We
things,
can't
drive them to
answer these
places?
questions. We cannot answer these questions. It is impossible to answer these questions because we are not sick like these people are. We are not evil like these people are. We cannot answer these questions. And sadly, the evil that's in them won't allow them to. So we're never going to get those answers.
Was it nature
Period.
or nurture? Were they born this way? Because they
Crystal.
all couldn't have.
Crystal.
What?
No.
What?
No. People are not, yes, people are born evil because we're all born into sin. But committing murder or stealing or taking or anything like that all resorts back to evil. It all
Pulling
resorts back to
choices.
evil. And it's all from selfishness. All of it. Every bit of it. Every bit of it. It's all evil. Trying to understand it, in my opinion, trying to understand their motives and stuff, it does no good. You have to look at the facts of what happened and you have to adjust for society to protect the rest of society after people do this. So often people want to go off and try to figure out what's wrong with these people's heads. Why did they do it? They did it because they're evil. They did it because they're selfish. They did it because why? They're selfish. They're evil. Why does someone assault someone else? Why would a man SA someone else? Because he's evil. Why do you end another person's life? Because you're evil. Why do you rob a bank? Because you're evil. What do all of those things stem from? Being selfish.
I don't know.
That is the explanation. They do not care about anything but themselves.
The planet is a sad place.
Yes, it absolutely is.
It really,
100%.
really is. It's just so. It is selfish. You're right. It's selfish. Sad. I hate that people have to go through that kind of pain and fear. And I'm sure, again, that Susan had fear. Micah had fear. So they, had these tragic endings, but the fear that led up to it, they're wondering of when the ball was going to drop because it was a matter of time. They must have
Yes, and
known.
let me explain that to you. Let me explain that to you. There's only one way to prevent any of this, and it's not by getting in people's heads and trying to understand where they're coming from. The only way to prevent this kind of stuff is to not ignore the signs. Like you said earlier, they're always signs. Don't ignore the signs and do something about it before people end up dead or worse, or end up hurt or worse. There are always the signs. But do you know
I
why it
believe
doesn't
that.
get reported most of the time? Do you know why it doesn't get reported most of the time?
Why?
Let me tell you from my experience with the serial killer and his wife. You know, Robert Brasher's the whole story.
Yeah.
Okay. Rose knew that he was a criminal. She knew that he had tried breaking into that woman's house. Okay. She knew that he had cut the phone lines, right? And she still covered
Yep.
for him.
Right.
People have to stop making excuses for people's bullcrap and stop protecting them when they're doing their bullcrap.
They're not. I don't think they are
They
protecting
are.
them.
Rose protected Robert.
No, I'm not saying like I know what you're saying. I'm not saying that. Like if you love somebody, if you truly love somebody, sometimes you have to tell them when they're wrong. You have to make them see what they're doing is wrong. That's what love is. Love isn't just I love you. You know, love is, hey, we got to talk. There's something wrong. I love you. You know, people don't
No,
do that. You
no,
know?
no. The thing is you have no love, no true love, if you only care about one person. If you have genuine love, which is God's love, you care about everybody, not just one person.
Wow.
You have to know what real love is in order to know the difference between protecting someone who is evil and protecting everyone else from that person who is evil. Genuine true love isn't only for one person.
Oh, I know. I love
Understanding,
everyone. I love
yeah, yeah.
everyone
But
to a
whenever you
certain
lie
point,
to
you know.
cover up, if you see, let me explain this to you. When you see someone doing bad things to someone else and you don't say anything or you don't report it and you don't try to put a stop to it, and especially if you try to protect that person, you are showing no love for anybody else except you protecting that person because you have an attachment to that person.
Right.
It's selfish. People protect these people for selfish reasons. Has nothing to do with love. Not real love. None. Anyone who sits back and watches another person that they allegedly love do these kind of things to other people is doing it because they love that person. It's their selfishness
Right. I
because of
agree.
how they feel towards that person. You see what I'm saying?
But I do
But
see what
it's
you're saying.
not really love
Right.
because love
That's
is
what I'm
never
saying.
selfish. Love is
Right.
never selfish, ever.
And I agree. That's why I'm saying they don't even love that person that they're trying to protect, because if they did, they would tell them that they're wrong. They would report them. They would do whatever they had to do to save that person, even from themselves. Because sometimes that's what
Amen,
you've got to do.
Melissa. That is absolutely right. A woman's biggest danger is the person who loves her. I agree with that. And I see what you're saying, Crystal. I honestly do. But look, I'm just going to be real with you. I'm so tired of people wanting to understand why these people do this. There is no explanation needed. Mentally, trying to understand their thinking, I can tell you exactly what they're thinking. It's selfishness.
I just want to be more proactive and wishing that, I wish I could do more. I wish I could stop, like we all do. We all wish this madness would just stop. All of us wish that.
If we want the
And then,
madness to stop, we have to quit ignoring people's behavior just because we love them.
oh, I agree. Like I would, if I saw my mom kicking a dog, or pinching a little kid, I would report her ass. I would report my husband, who I've been with for 30 years, if he did anything. But that's just me, hell, if I do something wrong, like if I hurt somebody's feelings, I'm the first to hold myself accountable. So I would have no problem. But for me, it's just like, okay, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, so somebody's in the hospital, right? They're in the hospital, or somebody gets out of the hospital, they're supposed to quit smoking. You're a smoker and you love them, you want them to live, but they ask you for a cigarette. And it makes you feel like, oh, well, if you loved me, you wouldn't ask me, you wouldn't put me in that position. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, like,
So don't give them
the
a cigarette. Because let me tell you
right.
something. If you don't give them a cigarette and that person decides to cut you loose because you didn't give them a cigarette, guess what? They don't love you anyways.
Agreed. Agreed. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that same thing. Just like people have these delusions of grandeur that they protecting people because they love them. I'm saying what you're saying, it's not about love, because you don't truly love the person that you're trying to protect, because you're not protecting them. You're not protecting others, like you said.
Yep.
I don't know. It's madness. And
Yes,
I don't know.
Melissa M. Real love is holding them accountable. If you really want to know how to love somebody, hold them accountable. That is the
I don't,
absolute truth.
yeah.
Yes, low 12, but every one of those comes from a selfish place. Power is because of selfishness, control is because of selfishness, and greed is because of selfishness.
The only thing I can promise to do as far as the world, because like I said, we all want to do our part. We all want to make the world a better place. But all I can do is be the best person I can be for me, and present that to the world, and take ownership for my own actions. I know other people don't always do that, but we've got to figure out a way to make people take ownership. I agree. Like if we want these things to stop, we've got to stop justifying it, like you said. But we've got to figure out why it keeps happening. Where are the loose ends? Where is the problem? Where is it broken? We can't fix something if we don't know where it's broken.
We
I
can't
mean, look
fix
at
evil,
Robert
though.
Card. Look at Robert Card, the mass shooter. He, they sent his brain away, and he had an autopsy, and he had brain damage from grenade training for 20 plus years. Did it cause him to do what he did? No, but it contributed to it. So, I mean, I guess that's the part that, you know,
Okay, but what do you say about these people? What do you say about these killers that kill person after person after person and hide their crimes? Because let's face it, Robert Card didn't try hiding his crimes and continuing to go on doing it.
no, he had a mission and he did it. That was, I don't think he completed his mission, but yeah, he was on a mission. But he was also, I think, he was a mass murderer. He wasn't a psych, a sociopath, because and like Micah's ex-husband JP or whatever, or this guy Barry Morphew, I feel like he is a true sociopath. He believes himself. He absolutely believes himself. I think he's convinced himself that he is not guilty of this, and he is. He's got to be. That autopsy is just, I mean, it lines up perfectly with everything that they thought.
Yep, it does completely. I agree with you on that. I completely agree with you on that. Completely. Hey, Funky just Sunky. Jason in the house from Kentucky. Good to see you. I know that you're right in the aspect of, like Low 12 said, profiling and things like that to try to catch these people. But trying to get in their heads to understand why they did it. I'm telling you right now, it all boils down to evil. Every last bit of it.
Oh,
And
I
it's all from
agree.
selfishness.
They're evil.
But I agree that while it is beneficial to understand certain aspects of these people to be able to profile them, I think it is an absolute waste of time to sit and try to make excuses for them.
Oh, I don't find that I'm making excuses because
No,
again,
you're not.
know.
But other people will say, "Oh, this was going on," and they'll excuse it.
Oh,
and as long as people keep excusing this kind of evil, then they're going to keep doing it and keep feeding off of it.
100% correct. 100, because people don't, they skip out, you know, they say, oh, well, the insanity plea, trauma, mommy issues, whatever they have as an excuse. They're sleepwalking. I don't know. Their mom fed them too much green beans when they were little, whatever it was. It's not an excuse to take another person's life. There is no excuse for that. None. Just because they don't want to be with you. Are you kidding me? Again, why would you want to be with somebody that you have to force and do all those things?
The only reason to take another person's life is to protect life. That is the only reason to ever end another person's life, is to protect other people.
Right.
And I'm not just talking about protecting your family.
Right.
I'm not just talking about protecting yours. I'm talking about protecting everyone's. But yeah, I agree with you. Others in that, there's never a reason. There's never a reason to take another human's life, unless it is defensive to protect someone else's life, and you have no choice. No choice. Okay, we got so far off on this topic. Melissa M says, some people embrace their demons. Some people love the power over life and death and instill fear in people. They don't want cured because then they would feel weak and powerless. Spot on, Melissa. Spot on. Absolutely agree with you on that. Spot on. I agree with that too, Melissa M, because I have been through pretty much everything you can imagine. My parents went to prison for murder whenever I was 2. I was in foster care where I was abused in every way you can imagine. And I have never had the desire to hurt other people. I would rather protect people with the knowledge that I have of that evil than harm another person. I share my experiences because I want the knowledge that I have to maybe help someone else not be harmed any further if they are being harmed. I want to do my part to stop the madness. So I absolutely agree with that. All right, Crystal. Before we go, one more case we're going to go over real quick, if that's all right with you.
Oh, you're good. Keep going.
You know
I'm
who we're
in.
gonna get to. You know
Oh
who we're
yeah.
gonna get to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
the
yeah.
case that I have a hard time with. This one.
I think we all do.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna play the video and then I'm gonna read the report if it's not word for word verbatim, okay?
Perfect.
This is only
A delay in the
second.
justice for Madeline Soto as the trial for the suspect, Stephen Stearns, has been rescheduled for August. He does not appear in court this morning in Central Florida. We have the latest details right here on WFLA.com. JB and Garrett here with you as we break down again what we have just found out from the Osceola County Court online portal. Stephen Stearns, who faces 60 charges in connection with the Madeline Soto case, but not murder charges, was going to appear in court this morning, his first appearance in court on those charges in a pretrial hearing. We have been told, of course, by our sister station in Central Florida that he did not appear, that it was a very brief meeting, but the
Big
online
shocker
court
there.
portal, Garrett, tells us that this is now something that's going to be occurring this summer. The exact dates are pretrial hearing on July 10th, and then the actual jury trial August 19th, 2024 at 9 o'clock a.m. in front of Judge Keith Karsten.
Yeah, that's a full 3 months after the original jury trial, which was set for May 13th. As we mentioned previously, Stearns is facing 60 charges. Those are related to child sex crimes involving Madeline Soto, including charges that are sexual battery of a child and possession of child sexual abuse material. Those types of charges are a capital felony, meaning that Stearns, if found guilty, could be facing life in prison or the death penalty.
Meanwhile, on social media, a lot of questions being asked as to when exactly charges will be filed pertaining to Madeline's death, pertaining to the homicide investigation that is in the hands of the Kissimmee Police Department. We reached out to the Kissimmee Police Department a couple weeks ago. They say that they are diligently investigating, as of course people await updates. If we have any more updates on this story, we'll let you know about it right here on WFLA.com.
I went to United Vein Centers.
I went to United Vein Centers.
I went to United Vein Centers.
I went to United Vein Centers and
Okay. Now that we've seen that, here's the report on that I want to read to everyone. Madeline Soto case. Potential evidence revealed in Florida teen's death investigation. Attorneys for Stephen Stearns, the man accused of murdering 13-year-old Madeline Soto in February, requested state prosecutors turn over evidence collected by law enforcement as part of the Florida teen's murder investigation. Court documents filed in Osceola County Court this month showed what the potential evidence handed over as part of the discovery process entails in discovery. Both parties interview witnesses and review reports and documents involved in the case before heading to trial. In response to the defense's request, a 5-page document shows what potential evidence the state has in their possession. Police reports, search warrants, and forensic photos are included among the items on the list. The list includes a medical examiner's report, which is presumably the medical examiner's report. That's exactly what an ME report is. It's the medical examiner's report. Okay, sorry. That drives me nuts. The medical examiner said last month that the office will not release Madeline Soto's cause of death. The state sent over 3 applications for mobile tracking devices and the authorization for installation on 3 vehicles, a 2010 Lincoln MKZ and 2012 Honda Civic and a 2022 Nissan. Was also a search warrant for the MKZ. The The Lincoln model matches the photo and description of the vehicle Stearns was spotted driving on the day Madeline Soto disappeared. Law enforcement also obtained search warrants for Discord, Instagram, and Google accounts, listing usernames that suggest that they could have been connected to the teenager. The list gives new insight into the law enforcement investigation into Madeline Soto's death. Stearns is charged with first-degree murder in connection to her death, but police have not publicly disclosed a potential motive. Stearns was arrested after a search warrant turned up concerning images on his phone. He was charged with 60 CSAM crimes, including SB, lewd and lascivious, molestation, and possession of CSAM. The trial for the child crimes case is scheduled for August. Stearns is due back in court for a pre-trial meeting on July the 10th. The murder trial is set to begin on July the 16th. Okay. So he is looking at the death penalty possibly for his CSAM crimes, for the photos and stuff like that on his phone. Already.
As he should be.
Right. But here's what I have a problem with. According to Madeline Soto's mother, Jennifer, she said that she was in the house with Madeline and Stefan came over to pick Madeline up to take her to school. Stefan asserted that as well in his written sworn statements to the police whenever they reported Madeline missing. So there are rumors that Jennifer Soto is under the care of a psychiatric ward and doctor. And if that were the case, it would be why she hasn't been apprehended. Regardless of whether or not she is charged with homicide and her daughter's death, she lied to police to try to help cover up a crime. Period. End of story. Because she said she witnessed Madeline getting ready for school at 8 o'clock in those statements. And that's in one of the first videos we did about Madeline Soto. For anyone that wants to go back and look, we have her sworn statements on before it ever came out in public. We put it out. You can go find it in our videos. And it's in the early ones. We know that she lied. We know that she lied. Because Madeline was already dead by 7:30 a.m. It is impossible for her to witness Madeline getting ready for school at 8 a.m. Why haven't there been charges filed against Jennifer Soto? Because while she cannot be apprehended from a mental health facility, they can issue an arrest warrant and arrest her upon release. What do you guys think? What do you think, Crystal?
Well, I think it's very cut and dry, to be honest with you. They said that Madeline died in the early morning in that house. Yeah. And by her own admission, she was there. So according to Florida statute law, which you went over and I learned so much from, she is culpable by association, either by accessory before or after. She lied, like you said, so which means she knew that Madeline was dead. Because if she's saying she saw her get dressed, she's lying. She's lying because she knew she was already gone. So, impossible. I believe wholeheartedly that if she did not actually do it, if she didn't, which I personally believe that there was previous arguments between the two of them with words and that possibly got physical. And I think in this situation, they got into a fight, it got physical, something happened, and because she knew what was going on, she told him, "You get over here," or if he was there, "Get in here and clean this up. And it's your problem." That I believe that. And if nothing else, she has no motherly, no maternal instinct. She introduced that monster into her child's life, and the day that that happened, Madeline's life was already over. So,
I agree.
she's culpable, and she deserves to be in a jail cell. For like you said, she lied several times. So on her police affidavit, so they know that, we know that, that's fact. So what is that called again? Other than lying, but it's also I can't think. I don't know. Anyway,
Concealing.
yeah, like the crime.
Mm-hmm.
So she's earned her fancy shiny bracelets and her 4x4, 6x6. I don't know how big the cell is, but she deserves it. And I hope she gets her new home soon, because without her going, there will be no justice for Madeline, in my opinion, because she was culpable. She was there, according to her own words. So,
Yep.
I
Absolutely,
thought
she was.
it's just, and he was, I mean, like I said, he deserves death penalty, even just for the 60 charges. I mean, I don't care if it was 60 or if it was one. He's guilty. And in that state, that is what you get. You are possibly going to get the death penalty if you do that. And you know what? I think more states should have that,
I
because
think every state should have the DP, because let's face it, whenever you force a family to pay taxes to feed someone that has harmed or unalived one of their family members, you are forcing them to take care of the person that did that to their family and loved ones.
yeah,
And if
I mean,
there's undeniable proof that convicts someone and there's physical evidence, I'm not talking in circumstantial cases,
right.
but whenever there is enough physical evidence that it is undeniable that that person is the one that committed the crime, look, I'm all for just taking them out back. Okay, I really am.
I mean, jailhouse justice will probably come quicker than the death penalty as far as the state goes, to be honest with you, because, I mean, they have him dead to rights on that phone for all of those things, all of
Yes,
those
they do.
charges. So
Yes, they do.
you and I both know, along with everyone out there, that there's honor among thieves type of thing. You know, that stuff is not going to go. Um, Justice will happen. I think as soon as he steps his pretty little ass in, whoops, sorry, in general population, they are going to take care of that problem.
Yep.
And, you know, I just infuriates me. Like I said, Madeline didn't have a chance. The deuced to
Oh,
her.
you dropped out for a second there, but you're right. You're absolutely right. By the way, you guys, just to let you know, the phone lines are open. If you guys would like to call in and you would like to talk about any of the cases that we have covered tonight and give your opinion, the phone lines are open at 870-266-6949, and we would love to hear from you.
Absolutely. this case just, I mean, because we talk about this all the time. Um, it's so frustrating. And
There
again,
was, bratty little me, there was more news today. Let me see if I can find anything real quick.
well, Brady, call in. Tell us the news.
Yeah, call in, Bratty, if you don't mind, and tell us the news.
We would love to hear from you. And it's one of those cases. It's almost like everybody knows she's guilty, but nothing is happening. Do you think that do you think he would squeal on her to get death off the table, or do you think she will plead out to maybe, but they don't really need her testimony. They have him dead to rights on that phone. Dead to rights. Are you there?
Dead to rights. No, I
Oh.
completely agree with that. They got him dead to rights with that. I completely agree.
What do you think? Do you think that they will give her a plea deal? For what, though? What can she do? I mean, he's already getting death.
Well, we don't know that for a fact.
Well, okay,
but
I mean,
but I do know that if he squeals on her, I can tell you this. If I'm Stephen Stearns, do you know what my defense on the murder is going to be? She did it.
Right. Agreed. Absolutely.
And if he can provide them with actual testimony or evidence that links mother to being the one that actually committed the murder, that's having a little bit of something, and not having all your eggs in one basket. That's having a little something to bargain with right there. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, I would, especially if they have, because it was a gated community. If they have him coming in at like 7:05 and the autopsy can prove that she died at, between 10 p.m. the night before and 3 a.m. and Jen's the only one home, then, because I know in those gated communities, they have the cameras. So you have to check in and there's a camera. And so, and they already have
Exactly.
plenty of video footage. So,
we're getting a phone call. Hold on, just a
okay.
second.
Call from Eileen.
Oh, what happened? What happened?
Can you call the number back?
Yeah, give me just a second.
And I think that could be why we're not hearing a lot too.
Let me.
Call from Bratty.
Well, hello, Bratty.
Did I do that right?
You sure did.
Sorry, I've never called in before. I'm pretty new at this stuff.
Oh, well, welcome. And I'm so glad you called in. Welcome to the topic. Welcome to the conversation.
Yes, welcome.
In advance, thank you for being a voice in the community. And
thank
also,
you.
God bless you for being a loving person that has taken a child out of a horrible situation and given them love. You are amazing
Thank you.
and wonderful for that.
I had plans in my life, but God had better plans. That's the way I like to think about it.
Amen.
I'm 56 years old with a 2-year-old baby, and this is what I was supposed to do. I was, like I was saying in the room, I was abused as a child from the age of 5 to 14. And there's no way I'm going to let a baby go into foster care if I can help it. And so,
amen.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
where I'm
Thank
at.
you.
But so I seen something today. I can't remember. It was on another show. What's his name? I I can't think of his name, but they were talking about the Madeline Soto case. So they were saying that some stuff came out today that a bunch of papers came out and it was showing records, but it didn't say exactly what and whose yet. But it was saying that they have, they were tracking 3 devices, 3 phones, 3 cars, and Madeline's, what is it? I don't know what it's called, like her emails, but another like
Her
I
Discord,
don't know.
maybe
Maybe it
all
was
of her
Discord, something
media
like
sources.
that. But
Yep.
but they've been tracking all of that. So I guess they have a lot of information that hasn't came out. But the 3 cars that they were tracking supposedly, allegedly, was his, hers, and her mom's. Remember, her mom got on there and on TV and like said a bunch of stuff and it didn't make sense to everybody. Well, they think she has something to do with it too. She knows something too.
She absolutely has something to do with it.
But they're on to them. They're said that that's going to be coming out soon, and they're probably going to be arresting her soon. I wish I could remember the name of the.
Now, how does she
Something
feel
Judy?
about the fact that nobody has
I
came
can't
out?
think what it was called. I'll have to look it up. But yeah, it was very interesting. But I hope they do. I hope she gets arrested. I hope they both get charged with murder, and I hope they both get the death penalty.
DP.
Sorry, I do.
They both, yes.
DP. Yeah.
Yes.
That's.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I agree with
yeah.
that. Crystal has a question for you. I'm going to have to relay, if
Yeah,
that's
because
okay.
I can't see. I don't know how to see.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Crystal, say it about 7 words at a time.
Okay. How does she feel about the
How do you
fact
feel about the fact
that friggin' A, Regina, my 3-minute thing went away.
oh no.
Give me a second.
Give her a second. She's having a brain pooter storm.
Oh, I have that a lot, especially when you said Colin. I was like, wait, what?
I'm glad you did.
He's right.
Oh, I know what it was. I know what it was.
Okay, she remembers now.
Sorry.
How do you feel about the fact? Okay, Crystal,
that
go ahead.
no one, as far as anyone in her family other than her mother, has come out to defend her in any way. No friends, family, nothing.
Okay. How do you feel about the fact Madeline Soto's family, except for her mother early on?
Jen Soto.
Right. Jennifer Soto's mother is the only one that has defended her, and it was early on in the case that none of her other family have come out in Jennifer's defense. What do you think about that?
My opinion.
Yes.
My opinion only. That's my opinion only. Like I said, was abused, and I've seen everything, and I've been through a lot. My life has been crazy, but I'm writing it and I'm going with it. But my opinion on that is, this is my opinion. Please, everybody, don't. I think that the mom is known all along, and at the beginning they were saying, I'm talking about Madeline's mom, and they were saying at the beginning that they had an on and off relationship. They would break up, and I think that was probably part jealousy, part I think she knew what was going on, and I think that she hold on, brain fart. I think that she when she called him to pick her up and take her to her party because she couldn't go, she was too tired. My opinion, or what I think that she knew that was the only way she can get him back. But in return, she knew what he was doing to her daughter. I think that was the mom's way of getting him back into her life. But I think they were all probably, my opinion again, making money off of those videos and all those pictures and all that stuff. I think they're in some kind of ring. I could be 100% wrong, but that's like my gut feeling. And I think that, who knows, maybe the mom was getting money too. The grandma.
Share
you want to call her.
I don't know about grandma, but I share the same sentiments about the entire situation. And I think that's why other people got arrested that were known to Madeline Soto and to Stephen Stearns after, I mean, to Jennifer, that were known by Jennifer and Stephen after that phone got in the hands of investigators.
That's what I think, and because there's way too much on there. There's no way that was for just personal use. There's absolutely no way. And how can you be with a man for that many years? I have been with my husband for almost 30 years, and in 30 years, I don't snoop through his phone because I ain't got time for all of that. I don't but I have. Hey, can I borrow your phone? My phone's dead, like something like that. How can she be with him for that long and never see his phone? How can she not know there's something in his phone? How, like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. There's no way she didn't know something. There's no way.
You know, and if she, like, okay, Stephen Stearns made Reddit posts about the person he loves not trusting him. What's one of the first thing women do whenever they suspect something's going on?
Yeah,
They
but
go
which
through their old man's phone.
but which
Yeah.
which one was
That's
he
what I'm saying.
talking
And if he
about?
had that much stuff in his phone, how did she not
He
see
was
something?
he was talking about Jennifer, because that post right above it, he was talking about they were separated.
Right. And how
Crystal asked
convenient.
me. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
No,
And
you're
how
fine.
convenient. I need you to pick up my daughter for her birthday party because I'm too tired. I'm not going to go. Why would she call him out of all people? Why didn't she just call the grandma to go get her and take her to her house for the party? Why would she call him? It doesn't. To me, I'm disgusted by this whole thing. Like I said, it brings back terrible memories for me, terrible flashbacks for me. But I can't stop watching it because I want to see them pay for what they did to her. The person in my life never paid for what they did to me. If I see them on the street, they will pay for that. But that's a whole nother story.
Right.
But yeah. So, but I just, it's disturbing in so many ways, and I have so many questions. I can't wait till she's arrested. And if she's not arrested, you know, we know our system's screwed up, like we were saying before, even when it comes to foster care, you know, that's a touchy situation for me. Autism's a touchy situation. My baby was, I know this has nothing to do with any of that, but he's my biological nephew. Didn't even know he was conceived or anything. He was born premature, addicted, and now he has SPD and probably autism. I find out on the 24th, but more than likely he does. And just all this stuff, and our system's so screwed up. Our not all police officers, I'm 100% behind police officers, don't get me wrong, but our system is so screwed up all the way from social services up. Like, it's just, there's so many corrupt people, and it's scary and it's sad.
It is absolutely scary and it is sad. Absolutely.
I have a question for her.
Crystal has another question for you.
Like, in her opinion, what kind of mother would plan a birthday party for her daughter on a day that she couldn't be there because she had to work, and then still wouldn't go?
What? Hold on. Let me ask her that part. She said, what kind of mother? And this wasn't the birthday party that she planned for, Crystal.
Oh. Well, what kind of mother wouldn't go to her daughter's
What
birthday
kind of
party?
mother wouldn't go to her own daughter's birthday party? But she was at work, Crystal.
No, she wasn't at work. Crystal's right. She was not at work. She had
was
worked
not at work.
and said she was not at work. And the party, I believe, was at her mom's house. And her, what's her name? Jennifer. She was not at work. She had worked earlier, and she said she was too tired to go to the birthday party. So she called Stefan to pick her daughter up and take her to her party. She didn't go to her own daughter's party, but she was not at work.
Huh. And that's a very good question.
Yeah. So that's not a mother. That's not a mother. That's what I'm saying. There's something
That's a
behind
woman
her
that
calling
sounds
him.
like that's a woman that sounds like she's in competition for a man, but still dangling her daughter in front of him to keep him in
Thank
her
you.
life.
Thank you. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's why I feel like they were broken up at the time, but yet she called him to pick up her daughter that she obviously or had to allegedly knew he was abusing her daughter, but she called him for her birthday to pick her up and her not go. Why? Because she knew what he was going to do to her daughter. That was her way of getting him back into her life, in my opinion.
I agree
I
wholeheartedly.
agree too. Crystal said
I
she
mean, people
agrees
might disagree with
wholeheartedly.
me, but that's just, yeah, some people might disagree with me, but that's just, I don't know. I just feel it. I just feel it like, I don't know. She seems like she was desperate to keep him or to get him back, no matter what it took, and even if it took her daughter at her daughter's expense. And I feel like that's exactly what she did. You tell me you're not gonna know, like, I've never talked about this online, so if I get weird, that it's with my situation, it was my so-called ex-stepdad, and he was so abusive, physically, mentally, sexually, just any kind of abuse you
I'm
can think of.
so
He broke my
sorry you
tailbone
had to
twice.
go through that.
Me
Broke my
too.
tailbone twice by kicking me. Two different things. He hit me down the basement with a couch and broke my tailbone again. Stabbed me with a fork, like all this stuff. And he was so abusive. And I used to try my hardest to protect him protect my little brother and my little sister from him. Years later, I found out I didn't do a great job at that, and I know he
It
was
wasn't
very
your
abusive with
fault.
my mom.
It wasn't your fault, and you were a child yourself. You hold no culpability, and it's not your fault.
I tried so hard, but he was abusive to my mom. He used to beat her up so bad. He was a horrible, horrible person. And I love my mom to death, and I don't hold anything against my mom. I made peace with that, with myself, with everything years and years ago. But in my heart of hearts, I felt like my mom knew something had happened, but was too scared to come forward because she was also abused. And I see people like, I don't know what Jennifer has been through with him or whatever, so I can't really speak on her, but it doesn't sound like the same kind of abuse that my mom went through. Like he almost killed my mom a few times or unalived my mom a few times, but she doesn't seem like that kind of abuse. She seems like, hi, babe.
Aww.
Hi, babe. But she,
I'm sorry. That is so precious.
yeah, he's my little guy. He is precious. But but like I said, I always had that feeling at one point or another. Okay, so you want to go with Daddy? Go with Daddy for a minute, okay? Sorry, guys.
No, you are perfectly
He just came to
fine.
say hi.
I heard him say hi. I love that. That is a
He's precious.
blessing to hear. That is a
He is.
blessing.
This little guy has been through so much, and I swore I would never let anybody hurt him. And I have a whole nother story about that when you have time, about what recently happened with our situation. But anyways, in my heart of hearts, I feel like my mom knew at one point, maybe not to the extent, because I was pretty well at hiding stuff. I'm not saying that Madeline wasn't, but my mom was at home a lot, but I can tell you that there's no way that Madeline's mom didn't know something. And when you're a child, you give signs whether you want to or not. And like, I don't believe she didn't know something. I just can't believe that. There's just no way.
I don't think she had any love for Madeline, in my opinion.
Crystal said she doesn't think she had any love for Madeline, and I agree with that.
I don't think so. I think she was. I think since he was abusing her since a young age, I think she hated her very young because of that. But she was so desperate to keep him, and I don't think she ever. I think she thought of her as just another woman and was jealous of her, is what I think. I don't think she thought of her as her daughter. I think she thought of her as another human, like just didn't care.
Like competition?
Yeah, like competition. Like she was jealous of her, but that was also her way of keeping him.
Yep. I agree.
I mean, I
I
could be
agree.
wrong. I could be wrong, but I just feel that.
I feel that way too. Melissa M said, look into a child's eyes and you see everything. That is absolutely
Well,
the truth.
Absolutely.
you,
Absolutely.
you know, and
I
that's the
don't know
thing.
Melissa, but I've been reading her chats and we agree on everything. And so it's Lo and you and like everybody in this room. I love this room already. Yeah,
I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're
well,
here.
thank you.
And it's our group is not about finding like-minded people that agree on everything. We like to challenge each other as well.
Yeah, and I like
Absolutely.
that. And I like that. And it's okay if people challenge me too. I like that. And I'm,
Ask
because sometimes
questions.
it is,
We want questions
yeah,
asked.
yeah, that's how we learn.
Yes.
That's how we learn. And, sometimes some informations get left out. Some people heard more information. Some people and it all pieces together eventually.
Yep. Yep.
Well, you
It
have to look
takes
at different perspectives.
exactly. It takes looking at the Crystal said it takes looking. You have to take into account all different perspectives, and I wholeheartedly agree with
Absolutely.
that.
Absolutely.
So,
And like all these other cases, it's really weird because the Colorado case, I didn't know much about, like hardly anything on that case, and I live here.
the
But at
Suzanne
that
Morphew
time, I
case.
was also the last case you just talked about.
Suzanne
is the watch.
Morphew.
Yeah. See, and I didn't know anything really about that, but at that time, that's also when I was getting my son, and that's also I was helping with the Gannon Stotch case,
Yes.
helping search
That
for
poor
him and
baby.
stuff. All that was going on, and then I got COVID. Like life has been crazy. I'm telling you, life
Well,
has been
thank
crazy.
you.
But
Thank you
yeah,
for looking
but
for
a lot
him.
of these cases, I'm just like they're really hard for me.
They really
But
are.
this one, Madeline, is both cases. My son's crying for me.
Aw.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. You sent me an email for me to be able to send you flyers, and I'm going to get those out to you tomorrow.
That would be great. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, I'm glad I came to your room and seen that because I had been thinking about that. I'm going to North Carolina, and it's like, what, 500 miles from there? I know it's a distance, but it's not as far as Colorado. So I thought it would be a good place just because you never know.
Hang them in
And
Colorado. You
that's
never
awesome.
know.
Thank you for that.
Yes. So I'm going to send you an invite to our Discord personally.
Okay.
Um,
Okay, thank you.
And that way, also, if you have any more and I'll send it to you in an email. That way, also, if you have any questions about maybe prospective places to put the flyers and stuff like that, we may be able to help you with that as well.
Okay.
I
And
know
just so
certain.
you know, sorry.
No, go right ahead.
I've only used Discord once. It was sent to me by Eddie. You know Eddie from All Things Serious.
Yes.
And
love Eddie.
I love Eddie. I
love Eddie.
But anyways,
Eddie
I've only
is
been on Discord.
a beautiful person.
He
Everything
is
about that man is
beautiful.
beautiful. Everything.
Yes, I love him. So he sent me Discord, and I only used it the one time, so it might take me a minute to remember how to find you. But I will
bless
try
your
my
heart.
best. But I would love that. And also, I'm probably going to be in trouble by Eddie. I'm in his room every night, and I told him if I ever go on panel, Eddie, I promise you will be the first.
Well,
and here I am.
Believe it or not, if you're already part of Eddie's group, you're part of our group. So I will come into Eddie's Discord. Is your name the
Do you
same
want to
on
say
Eddie's
hi?
server? Is your name the same
It
on Eddie's
is.
server? I'll just shoot you an
It is.
invite. I'll shoot you an invite from Eddie's server. I'll have to send you a friend request first, and then I'll shoot you an invite. And especially if you're
Oh, my
always
son-
in there, I'll be able to find you. And it'll
My
be
son is
easier
trying to
that way.
say-
You'll just have to check your messages.
That laugh. Oh my goodness.
My son is saying hi
Isn't it
to you all.
amazing?
That laugh.
Hi,
Oh, it was beautiful.
baby. Hi,
Hi,
baby.
babe.
You beautiful little boy.
You send pictures on Discord?
Yes, you can.
You like
I
I'll
would
try and
love
send you
to
a
see
picture.
pictures. I would love that. I would love that.
But well,
Yes.
thanks for having me, and
Thank you.
it was nice. I'm not as scared anymore. Thank you.
Glad
I'm
you're here.
so glad you're here. It is a blessing to meet you. And I know that I know that all of us in the group are gonna have some very good conversations with you, and hopefully we all become very, very good friends. And it sounds like we will. It really does.
I love that. And how do I know? How do I know when you guys are on Discord? I'm telling you, I'm really new.
We're always on
How do I
Discord.
know when you're actually
We're always on
Discord?
Discord. We're always on Discord. Like, I keep my
So you just
Discord open even when I'm asleep.
Yeah, me too. I fall
okay? So
asleep all the
somebody just
time.
sends a message. Is that how you do it? You just send a message if you want to
Yeah.
talk, or how does?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can
Okay.
in the general chat. Oh, there's a free to all room where you can just go in and start chatting at any time if anyone's in there. And if no one is in there, if you'll say in the main chat, hey, anybody want a voice, someone will usually respond to you within just a few minutes.
Oh, okay. Sweet.
So we can voice
Perfect.
chat
Well,
instead
thank
of
you.
type chat.
Yeah, we can voice chat instead of having to type everything. We have it set up that way.
Sounds good.
But you can type as well in different channels, but there is literally a room dedicated. There's no maximum limit on how many people can be in there or anything. And if you want to chat, all you got to do is type in chat, anybody want to talk, want a voice, and you'll get a response pretty soon. People are always in and out of it, except for super late at night. Our Discord's usually not very active super late at night because we all have kids
So
and families and stuff.
So when I called you, did you get my phone number?
Yes, I do have your phone number.
Okay.
And you know, you can
Okay,
also
go ahead and keep
text
that.
me.
If you
You can
okay, I
also
was just
text
gonna
me
say, if
through
you
this.
have, that's what I was gonna say. You have my number. You can call me, text me, whatever, anytime.
Awesome. Awesome. I would love to. I would love to.
Yeah. Hey, well, it was nice meeting you, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in, and thank you for the information on the Madeline Soto case. And thank you
And
for
I'm
being
sorry
here.
if I talk too dang much.
No, never.
No,
We enjoyed it.
no. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as talking too much as long as you're listening to. Right?
Oh my
That
gosh,
baby is,
that
I'm
laugh.
fixing to die. I
Oh.
know. My heart just feels so
He
great.
Oh
thinks you're
my
talking
goodness.
to him, is what he thinks right now. He thinks you're talking to him.
Hi,
I
buddy.
am talking. We are talking to you, handsome. Aww.
Oh,
All right, I will let you go, but thank you.
thank you.
God
Bye.
bless you. Thank you for calling.
You too. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Oh my
Oh
goodness,
my
that
gosh.
baby. That
That
makes me want
laugh.
another one. I tell you what.
Oh my gosh, that laugh was amazing. That is so good for the soul. Oh my.
Isn't it worth everything? Isn't it such a blessing to hear a child
Oh,
laugh and giggle? Oh, that was
he was
amazing
so
call.
happy.
Brady,
Oh,
you made my day. You and your blessing made our day. That was so adorable. That was amazing. That was
and
amazing. Yes,
thank you for calling in. You made great points and looking forward to seeing you in Discord.
absolutely. And getting those flyers out tomorrow. Speaking of which, I need to get off here, you guys, and see if anything in my printer needs dealt with to change ink or anything like that. So I can get those flyers and stuff made and get those out. Any final thoughts, Crystal, before we close it up for the night?
No, thank you for everyone who joined in. Thank you, Regina, for hosting. Um, thank you, Brady, for calling in and sharing that laughter with us. That's amazing. And you're doing an amazing job. God bless you. And once again, share a smile, save a life. It, it could even save your own.
Amen. Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely, Crystal.
And to you, Regina, good night. And thank you so much again.
I love you, sis. Thank you so
Love you.
much. I love you too, you beautiful soul. I'm
Mm.
blessed every day to be surrounded with beautiful, loving, considerate people.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you to Sammy G. I know she had to get to work and she can no longer, be part of the live show because she had to go to work. But thank you so much for being here tonight, Sammy. I love having you on panel, and I always enjoy talking to you. Sammy and Crystal are like my BFFs, in case everyone hasn't figured it out. But we're all friends. We're all good
Yes.
friends.
Yes,
So,
absolutely.
yes, thank you, Bratty. You see this? Everyone loves hearing that baby. Let me tell you what, I could listen to cooing like that put me to sleep after a while. Hearing that kind of joy would rest my soul. I tell you what. Melissa M., thank you so much for joining us too. It has been a blessing having you here tonight. I am so grateful to have intelligent, considerate, caring, loving people in our chat. You are truly a blessing, each and every one of you. And you guys remember, as always, stay vigilant, lock your doors and windows. People are absolutely crazy out here. The hate is running rampant. It is so easy to hold on to hate and to want to hurt other people. It's so easy to hate, but it costs nothing to love whenever hate is easy to hold on to, but can cost you everything. Remember to share an act of kindness every day, even if it is just to uplift your own soul, your own spirit, and love one another. Because at the end of the day, if we don't have each other, what do we have? What's the reason? What's the purpose? Without someone else, there is no love. So with that said, everyone, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. And we appreciate you so much. Good night.